snakes and alligators right away. Come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must mind his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. I was in Baltimore, I'd make secession traitors roar right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll put the traitors all to rout. I'll bet my boots we'll whip them out right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. Stars and stripes still wave forever o'er the free and brave right away. Come away, right away, come away. And let our motto ever be for union and for liberty right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. South in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators right away. Come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must mind his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. I was in Baltimore, I'd make secession traitors roar right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll put the traitors all to rout. I'll bet my boots we'll whip them out right away. Come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. Stars and stripes still wave forever o'er the free and brave right away.
Alright then. Hello everyone. It is I, Chezkov, or Chekhov's Ghost, depending on what you prefer. Today we're going to be continuing on a Soul Level 1 Dark Souls 3 challenge. We are currently at the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Just as a general FYI, if you feel like chatting, I'm pretty knowledgeable about different topics of MMA, boxing, anime, and obscure internet references, so hop in the chat if you feel so free to do so, and yeah, otherwise let's get to it. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I went through the very tedious effort of trying to improve my Fugi so that it actually represents my current loadout. I thought it was a cute little touch. Yeah, Dancer of Boreal Valley is kind of an interesting thing lore-wise, because if you kind of look into exactly why the placement of Dancer is here. Lothric, not Lothric, but Pontiff Sulyvahn actually placed Dancer here in order to prevent people from getting back to... basically preventing the Lords of Cinder from getting back to their thrones in order to relink the flame. Now if you're like, what the heck are you talking about? Basically the point of this game is you get to an ending and you have to come to a decision of, okay, do we relink the fire and continue the Age of Gods, or do we let it fall into darkness? Well, there's different factions in the game, depending on who you talk to. And Pontiff Sulyvahn is on the side of basically wanting the Age of Humanity to come about. So he really does not want the Lords of Cinder, which, if you look at the Dark Souls 3 opening cinematic, there are 5 of them. He doesn't want them getting back to their thrones because he doesn't want there to be a relinking of the fire. Now, the whole reason that Chosen Undead is a thing is because Prince Lothric, this is Lothric Castle, FYI, basically, he was destined to be a Lord of Cinder, and he rejected that fate, in part because Pontiff Sulyvahn was one of his tutors, and effectively influenced him into saying, like, hey man, you don't really need to relink that fire. All the cool kids aren't relinking the fire, you don't have to. Let the Dancer tire herself out a little bit. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, we need to escape. Strategy I'm doing is, I talked about it a little bit in my previous stream, but basically Dancer has a very interesting attack pattern depending on what phase she is in. So how to articulate this correctly. So Dancer effectively has 2 phases, the first half of her health and the second half of her health. In the first half of her health, what will happen is she just has one weapon, it's a flame weapon, her magic is fire-based, and usually she only does combos, I think up to 3 moves chained together. Usually they're just one-offs. And because she only has one sword, it's incredibly just viable to clockwise or counterclockwise rotate around her and just dodge her attacks, get to the side pocket, and then inflict some damage. And see, like what we're doing here, we're just chipping away at her. I don't really have to fear anything too much after I get the initial dodge. Now, where things get interesting is in her second phase. So in her second phase, she gets a Sword of Darkness, and the way that she does her moveset is she will start to coordinate the swords in layered offensives. So she'll basically swing one sword, and then the second sword will be like right behind it at a different height. And what makes that increasingly dangerous is the fact that if you try to dodge the first sword using a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation as you've done in the first half of the boss fight, if you try to do that, you're gonna get turned into like mincemeat. It's just not gonna work. So what you do is you're effectively waiting for very specific moves, such as this one. Anything that she has to commit her sword into the ground usually is a good indication that you're able to get some hits in. And for a little bit of clarity here, basically, how to say? So what we're looking for is very specific moves where at the end of her combo, we'll see a specific move and we'll know, okay, it's high likelihood that she's not going to attack again. Run in, get your 2 hits, retreat. And that's just what we're going to do, rinse and repeat, basically. You could theoretically get closer to her in her second phase, and there are ways of dodging her more, like, some of her more complex combos. But the problem is, like, the risk just gets so much higher, and when we're doing, like, a solo level 1 run, I would typically prefer not to induce any more, or basically invite more risk than is necessary. So we're going to try and play it safe for the most part, and just chip her health down, and then go, oh man, I mistimed that. Let's see here. Gonna turn up this a little bit. Alright, let's see. But yeah. Let me think. I already kind of briefly touched on the lore and why Dancer is here. We're kind of going into her attack patterns. Yeah, so anything in her second phase where she commits her sword to the ground or scrapes it along the floor, she's basically committed to those animations. You can run in, get your hits, and it's going to take her a while to basically flow into her next attack sequence. That's one of the moves that we're looking for. Oh, it's also funny, because Dancer will go from having some moves that are telegraphed quite easily in the first phase to, like, just straight up, almost no telegraphing whatsoever. Like, she'll just flinch, and then in, like, a flash, you're gonna be, like, stabbed. This is another move we're looking for. So once she gets down, okay, like that. Once she finishes, get in there, rush her hits. We're going to escape to the bigger part of the room because her combos take up a lot of space. She's going to jump. This is another good one. She'll spin around. She's committed to that. Uh-oh. I didn't create enough space. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, pretty chill Sunday so far. Made some really basic cheese enchiladas. I don't know if I would get the same enchilada sauce that I got though. I don't know how to describe it, but it tastes kind of like metallic. And it was from Sprouts, so it's like an organic option. And anytime I see organic, I'm just like, oh crap. Well, that price tag just went up substantially. But I was like, I'll give it a shot. Normally I'm much more of like a human dumpster. I'll just eat anything. Like even the radioactive, like yellow nacho cheese you get at stadiums. And normally I get my enchilada sauce from a can. But I was like, oh, it's maybe let's see if the heights of society, let's see how they make enchiladas. And it was fine. Oh, I got too greedy. I went in too quickly to try and get a hit. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, surprisingly not. Alright, cool. hits in, run in, run out. You see, this is also kind of the problem, though, is like, as soon as she starts initiating an attack sequence, the way that the blades follow each other, in general, the safest way, I would say, to go is to just back away from her. There's probably ways of interleaving it such that you could go, like, counterclockwise to a clockwise rotation when you're rolling and be able to dodge some of those, but I just prefer typically to get away from her. Just kind of let the space mitigate the damage for me versus having to constantly make adjustments on the fly and induce more risk than is necessary. Yeah, this is probably my least favorite starting position. So, what do I mean by that? She will, at the very beginning of the boss fight, you'll notice that she will walk one of two ways. Walk this way. She will walk either to the left or the right of you. And the way that her tracking works, based on her initial position, as you try to get close to her, she won't let you get to the other side of her body very easily. And so when she's on the left side, and she's left-handed, or at least with that sword. So what ends up happening is when she goes to my left, her sword hand is like right next to me. And I really don't like that. Just for the simple reason that I do not have as much time to react. Uh-oh. Dang it. Got a little too greedy. Well, normally in general, like, when she does a simultaneous down slam of her swords, it's usually a pretty safe bet you can encroach on her space and get some hits in. But, you know, sometimes, you know, you just see, like, kind of look up and she's already chambered another attack sequence and you're like, uh-oh, I'm dead. And maybe if I had some faster reflexes or expected it, I could have tried to dodge that, but I didn't. But getting back very quickly just to the starting position, this is a perfect time to show you. So, okay, this time she's going to my right. I like this because her sword hand has to go across her body in order to hit me. And I want to maintain this. That was terrible. But I want to maintain that side of her body so that it takes that much longer for her sword to get to me. And even if it's just like an incremental change, it's something that helps me out because I can get a little bit more time to read and react as to what she's going to do. Oh man, this boss is going to be fun. I typically... This is one of the harder bosses, especially if you're kind of doing things the hard-headed, stubborn way like I'm doing them, where I have like a reinforced club. So I mean, what ends up happening is that, you know, there are some moves that just phase through you, and I have zero clue as to why it does that. She's gonna breathe fire. We got a couple more hits in. Okay, she's probably gonna go into her... Oh no, okay. She should trigger her... There we go. Okay, now we're just gonna take the free hits. That's actually, like, the most ideal thing to happen. Uh-oh. Oh, even better. This is another ideal. Oh my god, I was just too close. I'm gonna take the time to heal instead. Oh yeah, those blades extend, by the way. So if you have to be like halfway across the room to not get hit by those damn things. Okay, this is what I want. I want to force her into these movesets. 2 hits, start running, escape to the bigger part of the room because their attack combos take up so much space. And then we're going to start running immediately. I'm going to slip her to their side. Perfect. Cool. Get our hits in. Just start retreating. That would have been a safe move had I been closer. Okay, but I got my hits in. I'm happy. Let's see what you got. I think that's gonna be fake. I think, yep. Oh. Get to the bigger part of the room. Get to the bigger part of the room. Come on. Come on. Alright, I'll take that action. Okay. Perfect. Even better. Oh my god. No! Ah, dang it. Ah. Okay, but that pretty well, that illustrated effectively what I'm trying to do. Is we're trying to get her... Oh, and you might hear me kind of mentioning just offhandedly, I need to get to the bigger part of the room. Positioning can be very important when you're trying to implement the strategy that I'm trying to do here. Because what's going to end up happening is... She basically has a lot of wide sweeping attacks that just take up a lot of area, and you're in kind of a confined room. Dancer, I don't think, would be as hard of a boss fight if it was in completely open space or a much bigger arena, a la the Soul of Cinder's boss fight, which is like a gigantic dome, basically. Well, not a dome, but it's just a gigantic circular platform. And anyway, so one of the things that I need to implement is I need to make sure that when she's in her second phase and she's doing all this like spinning and jumping around and various bric-a-brac, I need to be able to get to a part of the area. I need to get to basically a place where I can just back up continuously and I have the room to do so. That was bad timing. That was dumb. Anyway, let's see here. Anyway. Sorry, something caught my eye for a split second. Let's see here. But yeah. So, what can very inevitably happen is when you're fighting the second phase of the Dancer boss fight, is that as she's spinning around, you'll get pinned up against a wall or a pillar or something else that will prevent you from walking backwards or will impede your ability to roll away. And that is like the worst situation because you haven't been aware of your surroundings and now it's come back to bite you. Also, another good thing, just as a general FYI, is you're gonna want to be able to monitor your stamina with this. It's really only crucial in a couple of phases, or in a couple of places. Specifically, you want to save up a bunch of stamina right as she's about to go from her first into her second stage, so that you can just completely unload a bunch of attacks. Yeah, exactly, like right now. So we're gonna just beat the ever-living snot out of her. I hated that because it went for a push kick instead of what I actually wanted. But that also is a good example of how, because I managed my stamina... Uh-oh. Oh my god. Ha! That was so lucky. That was incredibly lucky. Oh my god, I only got one of my 2 hits. Yeah, this is the fun part about having a club is I basically have no reach whatsoever. Oh, and I also got pinned up against there. Ah, dang it. So annoying. But yeah. That actually was a very good illustration of what I was talking about earlier, where I was explaining how the swords are effectively... They have a phase delay. Well, it's not really a phase delay, but I mean, all I'm trying to say by that is that there is a delay between strikes because of how she's layering it. It just makes sense, because she's swinging one sword, and then the one arm that's closest to you, that sword will reach you before the other one. But the more important part is the fact that the heights of the swords are different. So if you try to escape to her pocket, which is, with almost many bosses, is kind of like the go-to strategy. Is like, alright, what's your attacking hand? I'm just gonna roll into your attack so that I end up next to your hip, under the attacking arm. And I mean, that will work for a ton of bosses. Not this one, though. This one actively counters that. And I'm pretty certain the entire intent of it is to make sure that you stay on the outside where those long-reaching attacks can just pick you off, and you can't get to her. Oh my god, why are you push-kicking? I got greedy, but it paid off, so I'm gonna take it. Alright, come on. Perfect. Oh. I rolled one too many times. Okay, I could probably get a hit off. Okay. Going into this... Okay. That's not too bad, that's not too bad. Okay, now just run away as fast as we can. That would have been a good move to get in there, but I was too far away by that point. Oh, here we go. Oh my god! Just gonna back up. That could have ended so badly. I was space managing that so badly. Oh. Oh my god! Come on, brother! Oh boy. Yep. Man. And even trying to roll with it, I knew was gonna have some consequences packed on top of it, but dang. Anyway. Yeah, no, I will say one of the things that's the most rage-inducing about this game, I would say there's probably two huge components. The first is not reclaiming your souls. So if you're like a new player and you're just trying to level up through this and play it in a more traditional manner and not in the psychotic manner that I am attempting to do just because I'm psychotic, every time you die, that marker there is what you have to touch in order to get your souls back. And then if you fail to do so, well, you lose all your souls. This correlates to progress because you could be using those souls to upgrade your character, their health, their endurance, various other stats that can help you wield different weapons. Ultimately, it's kind of a very brutal game mechanic that enforces, like, if you're not careful, you'll have basically wasted your time. And depending on how much you want those souls, like, it can be, it's like, just deeply rage-inducing. So that's the first thing that's going to drive you nuts. The second thing is you're going to be like, I swear I rolled away when I did that. Why did the thing not respond? And that's usually the one that gets me. Yeah, playing Soul Level 1 is kind of nice because I can just be like, I don't care about souls. Souls are dumb. I don't need to level up anyway. Yeah. It can be a little annoying at times just trying to fight bosses like this, because this is the type of boss now where it's not hyper-formulaic. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are, like, larger over-ending trends that I'm not aware of, but the best you're going to get if you just are looking at things within a short time frame is kind of a probabilistic distribution of the different attacks. and you're like, okay, I've seen this attack sequence before, and I know that as soon as she slams her sword on the ground, it's like 9 times out of 10, this should indicate that I am going to be able to freely do something. I should be able to go in there and get my attacks. But then out of those 1 out of 10 chances, you get attacked immediately afterwards with little telegraph, and you're screwed, brother. Yeah, really in her first phase, you're just kind of stalking her down. You're almost daring her to attack so that you can initiate your counterattack. And like kind of what I'm showing, her grab attack, you can literally just roll through it. Most of her attacks are like very diagonal, so there's not going to be like... Alright. Oh, this is actually extremely preferred. Okay, cool. We're going to get our 2 hits. Alright. Oh, man. Oh, man. Woo, woo, woo. Almost got me. Alright, we're in good positioning. Cool. Let's go. Oh, no! Ha! Ha! Oh, man. I got so lucky with that sequence. Oh, I got greedy. I wanted to see if I could hang in there close range and just start fighting it out with her. The risk was higher, brother, but I was like, oh, I gotta try. Yeah, normally I would prefer to start this stream at 1 o'clock Pacific, but I kind of knew today was going to be a very potentially long stream, like I would go longer than normal, specifically because of the bosses we're going to be fighting, namely this one, because I've got it down pretty pat to get her into her second phase of the boss fight, but from there it kind of becomes a little bit of the luck of the draw. And uh-oh. It's like, well, I want to commit the time to make sure that I beat this boss. Because I've also had, in a previous life, when I tried to stream, I was fighting this boss, and I went for like a 10-hour long session, and I got filtered out so hard by it. Now, back then, I didn't really know quite exactly what I was doing, and I don't think I optimized my weapons as well. But with this one, I was just like, okay, I'm marking out an extra big spot on my calendar for this thing. It's so funny. Like, I'll do practice streams to some of my close friends, and they watched me yesterday just continually get filtered by this boss. This is a big choke point boss. This boss, and then the Soul of Cinders, which is the very last boss fight in the entire game. These two bosses just, like, have my number. And it's like, you can know what to do. Like, you can know the playbook, you can have an idea of the moves, but it still comes down to, like, a certain level of competency in your ability to enact your game plan. It's like, are you really certain you're going to be able to nail all of your rolls and totally maximize your iframes? You know, actually, what would probably be a very good ring for this that is available to us, there is a... Oh, what the heck is it called? It's like a blood ring, and effectively, it's not made of blood, but it has, like, blood in the title, and the whole idea of it is that you basically get extra iframes in your dodge rolling animation in exchange for lower defense. Alright, this is good. Get our 2 hits in, escape to the bigger part of the room so that we can have more ability to dodge. I'm totally fine with that. Cool. Get in there. Oh, we took too long! Ah, dang it. just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, sometimes. Yeah, this boss fight's also fun because there's just going to be like some times where I'm going to be like, how in the hell did I dodge that sequence? And then there's going to be other times where I'm literally just going to walk in and get stabbed and die, and it's going to be like, well, that was a waste of time. Yeah, this is very much a have or have not boss fight for me. I either lock in or I'm locking out. Let's see here. Oh my god, let me in the fog! Oh my god. Yeah, the reason that failed is because I dodged into her instead of away from the slap. It's really kind of cool though in Dark Souls how you can, with a lot of bosses, you kind of just learn to be able to roll with their attacks. And you're just like letting it up. I saw it too late. I got too absorbed in my own BS. The hypothetical quandaries. But yeah. No, it just is really cool, because, like, there's a boss fight after this called Dragonslayer, like, it's called, like, Great Dragonslayer Armor, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. I'm always pretty bad with names, so I apologize. Like, I will work to make sure that the pronunciations are correct, but just sometimes, like, if a name of a boss is more than 2 words, I start to go, like, okay, what the heck is their name again? And then I just shorthand it to, like, the armor thing. You know. Uh-oh. Everybody knows the rules. Try to cop a feel. Not today. That's why we have an HR department for this exact situation. Uh-oh. That was stupid. I can't believe I did that. Dishonor. Dishonor on my family. This is bad. Alright. Man, that was annoying. I went to go reach for a glass of water next to me. Well, it's not really a glass of water, it's just like water in a can. And I didn't realize how full it was. And I picked it up and it just immediately started going down my hand. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. I'm just trying to take a sip. Everybody knows the rules. Yeah, I don't know if I touched on this yet. No, I think I just explained why there's a placement of Dancer here. Yeah, Pontiff Sulyvahn in the lore basically placed her here to prevent people from getting to the Lords of Cinder and having them return to their thrones and relinquish. Oh my god, dang it. This is definitely going to be a war of attrition, folks. Strap in. But, so the deeper lore on this is actually quite interesting, because... So, from Dark Souls 1, depending on how read up on the lore you are, you would know that... excuse me, had to burp. The Lord of Light, Gwyn, had 3 children. And you will get introduced, air quotes, to part of that, to 2 of them in Dark Souls 1. Guinevere and Gwendolyn. So Gwendolyn is actually a boss fight. Guinevere is basically what everyone remembers from Dark Souls 1, because they just saw, oh, hey, big titty goddess woman. And they're like, I'll do whatever you say. And she's the one that gives you the Lord Vessel, which is basically allows you to enter the kiln of the First Flame, and that's where you can relink the fire. And the entire point of her being there... Okay, this gets a little deeper. I kind of mentioned how there's different factions in the game that are trying to relink the fire or usher in the Age of Humanity, which is correlated effectively with the Age of Darkness. Those are the different time periods established in Dark Souls lore. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Yeah, that actually isn't always the best thing, but I'll take it. Oh man, I gotta lock in. Get free hits. Run! Run, man, run! Come on. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh my god! Let me heal! Okay. Yeah, she covers ground so fast. Oh my god! Let me think. Oh, sorry about that. I got distracted by needing to lock in temporarily and then get locked out. No, so Guinevere that you see in Dark Souls 1, basically the actual... I mean, okay, there's two primordial serpents, Kaith and Framped, and they are trying to each push the world into one age or the other. You have Framped, who is constantly saying, hey, we need to continue the Age of the Gods. He actually works with Gwendolyn to come up with the Chosen Undead prophecy so that exceptionally strong undead are used as kindling to keep re-linking the first flame. Kaith, on the other hand, is trying to bring in the Age of Darkness. Okay. So, the reason I put air quotes around the fact that you meet Guinevere in Dark Souls 1 is because she's an illusion by Framped to convince the human, the undead, to basically fulfill the prophecy of relinking the fire. And that's what's interesting, is in order to fight Gwendolyn, you can actually attack Guinevere, dispel the illusion, and then the entire world, or not the world, but basically the area of Anor Londo, which is the city that Gwyn created for the home of the gods, instead of now being bathed in sunlight, representative of the Lord of Sunlight, aka the part of the Lord Soul that Gwyn took when he originally fought the dragons, it's now cast in darkness and is overshadowed by the moon. This is where you fight Gwendolyn. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now that we've speed ran through some of the setup of Dark Souls 1, Guinevere becomes an interesting point because the reason she's an illusion in Dark Souls 1 is because she basically dipped as soon as the first flame, the power source of all of the gods, began to fade. And where did she go? She went to Lothric, which is where Dark Souls 3 takes place. Yeah, no, this is definitely like that meme of Mr. Incredible just being like, we get there when we get there. But trust me, this all links back to the Dancer of Boreal Valley in like a couple more paragraphs. So basically, Guinevere comes to Lothric and marries into the royal family of King Ocerios. And between them, they have a bunch of daughters. That was dumb. I misread the timing on that down slam. But they have a bunch of daughters. They don't have an heir. Eventually, they give birth to Lorian and Lothric. Lothric becomes the candidate for the soul. He becomes a candidate to become a. He basically becomes a candidate to relink the flame and continue it on. He rejects this fate. You know, that's a whole other thing and a whole other discussion point because it really sets up the entire... That one decision kind of brings about the entire world of Dark Souls 3 into action. But, blah, 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 rambling. Why do we care about Gwendolyn coming to Lothric? Well, I mentioned that she had daughters. Well, so you find out that not only does Pontiff Sulyvahn, or at least it's highly theorized, and there's a lot of supporting evidence to this, not only did Pontiff Sulyvahn convince Prince Lothric not to become a Soul of Cinder, well, not a Soul of Cinder, but yeah, he basically convinced him not to relink the First Flame. Not only did he do that, he took the daughters of Ocerios and Guinevere and enslaved them, and this is one of them. Yeah, dude, if you look into Dark Souls lore at all, you're gonna find out that Pontiff Sulyvahn is kind of... he did a lot of reprehensible crap. And I didn't even really know. Like, when I was playing this game, I was just kind of like, who's this annoying boss fight that's, like, in the middle of the game? And then you find out, like, the entire world and layout of the bosses is almost entirely based around his actions and his plan. Okay, we're getting greedy. Yep, we deserve to get punished for that. Sorry about that. Had to drink some water. Yeah, I have a bit of a dry throat, or a sore throat. I think it's because of allergies and a bunch of other junk that got kicked up into the air. But anyway. So yeah. It's wild, man. Like, just kind of looking further and further into the lore and, like, why things are the way that they are. And I kind of pointed out the idea that Pontiff Sulyvahn is kind of a bad dude in this. I think calling him a bad dude is like an understatement. He basically irreparably changed the status quo of how the Age of Fire is supposed to keep going on by convincing basically a Lord of the Flame not to take his seat amongst basically the other Souls of Cinder. Oh my goodness. But in addition to this, so not only does he convince Lothric to not become a Soul of Cinder, he then effectively splits the power dynamic of Castle Lothric. Because now people are like, well, wait a minute, do we support Prince Lothric in his decision to not be a Soul of Cinder, or is this kind of a thing where it's like, hey man, you need to get up there and become fire, like go do it. And eventually Pontiff Sulyvahn is kicked out. I don't know if he's kicked out or he leaves, but effectively he takes over Irithyll, which is an area that we've already seen. That's where you fight Pontiff. And what's kind of interesting about it is that you're like, okay, so far Pontiff has basically told a guy to not relink the fire, become a Soul of Cinder, and he's enslaved a daughter of the royal family. What else could this man do? Well, so it turns out one of the Lords of Cinder, Aldrich, who is effectively a clergyman who devours people and children. Well, children are people, but men and children alike. It's part of his lore. Anyway, you look at him and you're kind of like, huh, that's interesting. He has a mask that looks a lot like Guinevere's, one of the children of Gwyn. And then you find out Pontiff literally fed Gwendolyn to Aldrich. And you're like, oh, so not only has he messed with the royal family of Castle Lothric, and Lothric in general, he also messed with the royal family of Wardrobe. Lordran's where you are in Dark Souls 1, by the way. That's why when I'm mentioning like all these other certain names, like almost all of this is in reference to Dark Souls 1 that happens within Lordran. There are some areas that teleport you away from Lordran, such as the Painted World. Oh my god, why did I try? But yeah, no, it's... The lore really does kind of lay out a bunch of things. So yeah, Pontiff Sulyvahn, that guy sucks. Just to put it mildly. And then you just beat him like halfway through the game. But I admit, that boss fight's a little hyped up. Because you basically are exploring... You have to explore like the entirety of Irithyll in order to get to the cathedral. I mean, technically you don't. You could just run in a straight direction towards it. But typically, in order to unlock all the different shortcuts that make it easier to get back to the Pontiff boss fight, you kind of have to explore all of Irithyll. And so you're kind of just walking around, and it's really snowy and very somber, and you're like, huh, wonder what's going on here. And then you meet this guy who's just sitting in a room, and that's what's kind of funny about Dark Souls, is typically the more humanoid size the boss, the scarier. And if you need like some references for that, the ending boss fight in Demon Souls is a humanoid. Like literally a boss that is about your size. I think he's... Oh my god, no! Not now! Misclick! Oh, goodness. And just as a general FYI, you always want to be standing behind her when she goes into her second phase, so that when she goes into that whirling motion, it's mostly all in front of you. Because that whirling motion has a very big turn radius. So as long as you're behind her, you can get some couple, like, free hits off. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Yeah, that's another fun part of all this, is just the fact that when you're doing a Soul Level 1 run, effectively you're at a point where you can get good shields that will block a good percentage of the damage, as long as you level them up accordingly. However, ... there are certain bosses that will... You can take the hit and survive, but you will be staggered because it will break your poise, and then you will not be able to recover from that poise break fast enough to dodge their next attack. So there's actually some boss fights, this is kind of one of them actually, where there's some move or attack sequences where it's actually better to just eat the hit and survive and be able to dodge on the consecutive blow versus trying to block it. Yeah, the hand grab really isn't too difficult to dodge from... I mean, I'm kind of doing it mostly automatically now because of muscle memory, but it's not too hard to really block. Or to roll through, rather. Okay. Yeah, there's like a thing with... I'm pretty certain if you like looked at... Oh no. I didn't escape to the bigger part of the room. Okay, I can heal them. I'll take the trade-off. Uh-oh. Oh, that's so annoying. Because she covers a lot of ground very quickly, too. That's the other part that's kind of not fun. So you'll just be sitting, like, on the opposite side of the room, and you're gonna be like, oh, haha, you've just finished your attack sequence. There's no way you'll get over here in time, or I'll at least see you do it. And then she just, like, sweeps up into this giant motion and, like, covers half of the room in, like, one step, and you're like, uh-oh. Yeah, this boss is very mobile, very fast, alters its attack pattern and tempo. It can be difficult to bait them into very specific combos. I would dare say this is kind of meant to be a good filter boss. Oh my god. My friend was, because my friend saw me getting filtered on this pretty hard. As a joke, she looked up, like, oh my, that was stupid. I'm getting distracted because I'm looking around at too many things and I'm not walking in. She just looked up, like, Boreal Dancer, and I guess there was like a Reddit post that was like, how do you beat the Boreal Dancer? And someone just commented on, like, well, you get its health to 0. And I was like, oh yeah, man, ain't that just the way? Alright, let's see if I can actually turn my ADHD brain off a little bit. Let's see if I can kind of lock in. Damn it! Okay. Locked in, got really close. But man, as soon as I saw the follow-up strike, I was just like, oh no. Oh, it's so Jowari Dayo. Not good. Not do this shit again. Alright. Well, this is pretty good, though. I'm feeling better and better about this. Like I said, this boss isn't... Like, I have a pretty good general recipe to beat her. There's probably some points where I could be more aggressive. But in general, we've got the keys to the castle. It just turns out that turning the key in that lock is really hard. Oh man, that was... I should not have done that. I got very lucky on that. That's a bad habit to get into. Oh! Oh, I didn't conserve my stamina well. Nah. We'll just let it ride. That was a very bad move. Oh, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god! Well, never mind. Might as well just take the heal. Uh-oh. No! Oh my god, this is so lucky right now. She could have easily killed me. Oh, man. We're getting close. It's just like a game of inches at this point. We got this. We got this. Yeah, I've only watched a handful of, like, Dark Souls streamers before. So I don't know how many of them are all love, peace, and happiness. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be more positive. I don't want to be all like, this sucks. This game is trash. These hitboxes are abominable. No, there are some hitboxes on some bosses where I'm like, man, I want to talk to the manager. Oh, I'll tell you what boss fight like really just deeply infuriates me. It's a great fight thematically, but it's just such a aggravating fight to fight. Is the so I think he's technically called like the ruler of the storm, but then maybe in his like second phase he becomes the nameless king. I can't exactly recall, but that fight, which is in an optional area on Archdragon Peak, so that fight from a lore perspective is actually very important, because it's highly implied that that's Gwen's first son, whose name was expunged from all records of Lordran. But that fight, he's riding a dragon. Uh-oh, we gotta create space. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh man, oh man. Woo! Okay, this is another small detail. We use the environment when we can to our advantage, and you should always be thinking about doing something. So for example, I noticed I had a dead time, and I was just like, alright, cool. We're gonna start breaking furniture. Because I need to get out of here fast. I could have hung in that pocket and gotten a little bit more out of that. Okay, escape to the bigger part of the room. Oh, this is working great. Come on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. Dang it. Yeah, like I said, beware of trying to roll into the hip pocket of this boss. It will not go well for you. Not most of the time. I think there's been some times where I've somehow gotten, like, really lucky and, like, actually made it through, but it's very rare. Oh, yeah, but anyway, talking about the Nameless King again. That boss fight, because he's riding a dragon in the first phase, you are effectively forced to lock and unlock your camera onto him, because if you keep it locked on him, it's just going to go all over the place and your perspective is going to get messed up and you're not going to be able to see where he's at. It's deeply infuriating, because you'll be like, okay, in order to hit the dragon, I need to basically get under him. But then the dragon has a move where it just flies up. Just flies up and starts breathing down fire. And then you're just like, well, I can't run away fast enough to deal with that. Alright, I just need to make sure I get behind her. Yeah, see, the turning radius isn't the best on that move. Oh my god, and I got blocked by furniture, but it's fine. treat. Oh, really? Gotta start making space. Oh my god, I got too close. Ah! That's irritating. Well, I'm toast. It's kind of funny. You don't realize, like, how insanely long it takes to take an Estus charge sip until you're doing it in a fight where you're, like, really on the razor's edge of timing and making sure things are in, like, a very precise manner. And then you're like, good lord, why is this taking so much time? Oh yeah, no, it compared to like all the movements and things I'm thinking about, and compared to like how fast the bosses move, taking a drink of an Estus feels like an eternity. Because I'm looking for like small, very like minute tells. Like I need to see where the placement of the feet are. I need to see where they're tensing their muscles up in their shoulder, or where they're like, oh, that's crap. Whatever. Just gonna break some kneecaps. I'm not doing a very good job of monitoring my stamina, but because it's our first phase, I don't really care too much. As long as I have like a good reserve when we get her into the second phase. Well, we didn't, but well, we kind of do now. Just start wailing on her. That actually worked out great. Oh my! I say as I get killed. Oh, that's just how that goes. Oh man. Okay, so we're like an hour and 5 in if I don't count the waiting music. I mean, we've gotten close to beating her, like, I don't know, I want to say 4 or 5 times. 5 might be generous, but I'm just going to take that anyway. No, it's there. We just got to lock in and make sure we finish the job. And there's a couple things I could be doing. For example, like, I could be doing war like this, so that my consecutive hits do more damage. That's really important when she's about to enter into her second phase. I should really be taking advantage of that. But I think like the damage Warcry gives you is not marginally that much compared to the amount of time it would take to execute it. But, you know, if you're decent at planning and you can kind of get an idea ahead of time of like, okay, we're getting really close to have health, I better do a war cry, I could probably weave it in with her first phase. Like, it's not an unreasonable request. Oh my goodness, my neck is so stiff. You know, it's something I really should like look up one time, but, like, or just look up at some point, is what exactly are muscle knots? I keep hearing this, like, oh, you're stressed, that's why, like, massages are, like, to help break up muscle knots. But I don't really know what that is. Oh my god, that was probably the worst trajectory I could take on that roll, and I still dodged it. You know, that's actually not a terrible idea. I should really consider going to get that ring from the catacombs of Carthus. Uh-oh. Well, so the ring I'm referring to is the earlier one where you get basically extra iframes in your dodge roll. Because that could be totally life-saving in this. You know what, screw it. We're going dual hand for the rest of this. Uh-oh. Ah, my god. This dang boss. You think you know when it's cool to kind of like back up or take it like a chill pill, or at least get a breather in, and then nope, just right in your face, and you're like, oh, well crap, I can't. Like, I can't alter my trajectory fast enough, or I can't do this. In fact, you know what? I'm now morbidly curious to see. Because if it actually does give extra iframes, like enough so that I can get by her attack that will almost certainly kill me every time I escape to her hip pocket, if that becomes viable, that opens up the door so much. Let's see here. So it should be... let me think of how to do this. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, I think this ring's location does not change depending on New Game Plus. So, for anyone who's not aware, in the base... So, in your first playthrough, and then consecutive New Game Pluses up to 3, you get different locations of certain rings, because the rings, depending on your playthrough, will get buffed. So, for example, instead of... my brain is locking up. Instead of, like, a Chlorathy ring, you'll get, like, a Chlorathy ring plus 1, 2, 3... Oh, boy. Okay, so here's the real strat. We're gonna roll to the side, because there's some goop monster that'll descend. Carthus Bloodring, that's it. Okay, now I don't care. They could just kill me. Oh yeah, the Great Wheel Skeletons. Everyone loves those from Dark Souls 1 and 2. Actually, I don't even... It actually would be theoretically faster just to die. Did I unlock that yet? Okay, I did. Well, I mean, might as well just take like a casual stroll through the boneyard. I do think this is really cool. How, like, the skeletons just start assembling themselves to come after you. That's such a cool little feature. And then also the fact that if you fight them on this bridge, like, the bridge will start to basically tear itself apart. Oh, no, 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 no. Get back. Oh, that's so fun. Anyway. Okay, let's see what my current loadout is. Oh, well, I could just use another ring to begin with. Boosts kick effect. Yeah, that's very helpful. Oh, actually, there might be another ring that I can get that would be helpful. So it should be in the Deacon of the Deep. Okay, let's see. Thankfully, I've already done that. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I think I know where to go for this. I think we can get Lloyd's sword ring. And if I remember correctly, I think that gives you a buff to your attack. In so long as what you're doing is... I think you basically get a boost to your attack as long as you have, like, full health. I think that's the name of it. Like, that's the mechanic. Which, I like to stay at full health, so, hey, could be helpful. And then let me just check something real quick. Okay, so this is buffed to, okay, raw plus 6. Okay. Dang. Okay, so that's as far as we can go. I think there are technically titanite chunks that I can get, but I don't know how much that's going to help us. Yeah, the Lloyd's ring should just be over here. I think it's in this back pocket over here, if I don't get crushed first. Yeah, Lloyd's sword ring. Yeah, come on, dude. Fight me. Oh my god. I did not anticipate the acceleration on the end of that. I've never really, like, tried to stand with him and try to dodge his attack, like, while facing him. So I've never, like, memorized how quickly he can attack. So I saw his arm kind of go back, and I'm like, haha, this is gonna be so slow. I bet I could dodge this in my sleep. And it just, like, rockets forward, and I'm like, uh-oh. Pain train, choo-choo. Next stop, my face. Let me see here. So we're probably just gonna go back to here. I need to check real quick to see if I have any bone shards or Estus I can use. I don't think I do, but let's see here. Alright. Yes, boosts attack when... Yep. Alright, there we go. Man, let's do this. And actually, I think... Let me check on this. So I think... Okay, so if you talk to Ludleth, or Ludleth? I think it's Ludleth. He'll introduce himself when we talk to him, if I can ever roll over to him. But he gives you the transmutation kiln.
All that unkindled, and a seeker of lords, I am Ludleth of Corlan.
There he goes, Ludleth.
Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming the Lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred corpse. This sad cadaver. No need to be coy. Have a closer look.
You know, while he was talking, I was thinking about it.
Most illustrious, fine kindling for the thrones, is it not? Each soul truly worthy of lordship. And all slain by thy hand, to bind them to their thrones, even in death. Oh, I have no qualms, for as we are to our thrones, thou art to thy duty. In fact, methinks thou'st helped these poor lords along their rightful path.
Oh, hey, Mr. Pudge. Yeah, basically what we're doing today is we're going through Dancer of Boreal Valley. So, that's a boss fight that's roughly equivalent to around halfway through the game. I kind of went out of sequence with this. Normally, you're supposed to go with the... go through, like, Pontiff Sulyvahn, who's in Irithyll. You beat him, you beat Aldrich, you're then teleported into the throne room where we're fighting now Dancer of Boreal Valley. You're supposed to do it chronologically like that. However, instead, what I'm doing is I'm going through... You can shortcut that. You don't have to go through Pontiff. You can actually go straight to Dancer of Boreal Valley, kill her, then you go and fight another kind of boss that's hidden away as an optional boss, known as King Ocerios. You beat him. Once you beat him, you get the ability to go to Archdragon Peak. From there, we can get some ashes that give us upgrade materials known as titanite chunks. And that effectively allows us to buff our weapon up from +6 all the way up to +9. So basically, I'm going to turbo level my weapon and then go back and kick Pontiff in the ass. That's the plan. But right now what I'm doing is I'm speccing out rings to fight Dancer at the minute.
Ah, most illustrious.
Okay, we've already heard this.
Or should I say...
Yeah, anyway.
Now.
Oh, that's right. I have to go fight a turbo-leveled club to murder Pontiff. Yep, precisely. Yeah, so normally... So there's a couple options I could go here. I could continue to pursue what I'm doing, which is to keep buffing up the club that I have, or I could go to a DLC area and get a axe that technically has better physical raw damage scaling. But for right now, I think the club is fine. Its reach is really bad, though. Let's see. Okay. So the reason I was talking to Ludleth, who is the Soul of Cinder that was sitting on his throne, he does transmutation magic, but you have to get him... I forget exactly what it's called. It's an item that basically allows... It's like a transmutation vessel or something. But I forgot that to get that, you have to go fight another optional boss, which we could probably do now. Not trying to be hardcore, stick to a plan, or hyper-optimize, so we can take a little detour. Let's see. Probably I want to start cliff underside. Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, part of what I was talking to myself about with this boss fight is... So, Dancer of Boreal Valley, when she goes into her second phase, because of how she layers her swords, it's very difficult to escape to her hip pocket. So normally that's what you would want to do, is whatever, when she's taking a swing of a sword, you want to dodge roll into it and escape to her hip pocket. And then from there, it's going to take her a while to reset. You have an opportunity to get some attacks in, you know, all good stuff. However, in her second phase, because she has two swords and one follows the other, if you dodge roll to the side of her to miss this first sword, you're going to get hit with the second sword. So what I did, part of my experiment for today, is to see... Oh, this is going to be easy! Oh my god. Oh my god, stop hitting me! Yeah, so this is an optional boss. Basically, the way that you inflict damage on it is he has certain key points that you have to hit. But something I just experimented with. Fuck him up, let's go. Oh my god. I keep forgetting that there's all these villagers. Okay, cool, bang. More damage. Alright. Oh my god, I hate these small little... Okay. Boom. Okay, now we're gonna go into the second phase. Hit him in the balls. Literally, that is the strat for this boss fight. Now the floor is gonna collapse. Alright. But I already know where the hit points are. Alright, let's go. Uh-oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! I literally just have to hit him one more time. Boom! Down he goes. Okay, that was so much easier than I thought that was gonna be. Okay, transposing kiln. That's what we needed. Perfect. Excellent. A plus 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 plus. Oh man. By the way, so this is, I was talking to our circle of friends yesterday, Mr. Pudge, and we looked up different Dark Souls challenges you can do. So I'm doing a soul level 1 challenge where you start as a class of character known as Depraved that has the lowest starting total of like attributes, basically. There is another challenge, in my opinion, that's even harder, that's above this, that's known as a no-hit run. And we were looking into the criteria for that, and it is insane. It is literally, like, if you get hit at all, you must restart the entire game. And I was looking this up, and I'm like, oh my god. How the hell would you even do this? And what's even funnier is they have... So there's a Soul Level 1 challenge. That's a stretch goal for a stream for sure. Dude, I'm willing to try it. I need to study and practice for that. But dude, it's like, they go into extreme detail when they're explaining it. They're like, so for example, they'll say like, oh, if you take falling damage, that's not considered a hit. But if you get hit and block it with a shield, even if your character like doesn't get hurt, like it has 100% damage absorption, you still absorbed a hit. And that counts. So you have to reset. And there's so many bosses in here that have so many different things going on where I'm like, oh my god, the amount of stress and anxiety would be insane. And then they have a one, so you can't even block. No, you can't even block. It is literally, you have to be flawless and not get touched once. Throughout the entire game, every single boss, there's no checkpoints, none of that. You start from the beginning, you don't get hit until you beat the Soul of Cinder, which is the last boss, and that is considered a good run. And I was just like, oh my god. Because very naively, I started trying to, like, optimize it a little bit. I was like, okay, well, what could I do? Theoretically, if I was going to do this, how would I do it? And I was like, oh, well, I would just go with, like, a super long-range weapon, and I would use some kind of magic so that I could just keep maximum distance from the boss at all times.
Fret not, for I am alone.
Okay, that's great. Let's give you the transposing kiln, because this is the magic you work with.
Belike it is a transposing kiln in thy possession. Seen better days, but methinks it shall suffice. Now, bring to me a twisted soul. Transposition is the art of extracting and coalescing the essence of a soul. In transposing a twisted soul, its true power transferreth to thee. Thy purpose is to seek lords and slay them. What's to fear in a little transposition now?
Okay, so yeah, sounds like range and speed is the way to go for that. Well, so it's funny. So from what I read, those are allowed. So that whole strategy is allowed in a no-hit run standard, like a standard no-hit run. They have a challenge that's even harder than that, which is known as a SL1 Soul Level 1 no-hit run, where you do all of that I have just described, but they have even further restrictions. And in that one, you can't use miracles, magic, or there's a third one, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Basically, no magic. You have to use some form of physical weapon to do it. And I was like reading through the requirements for it, because I was like, oh, you know, what's the hardest challenge you got? And dude, that Soul Level 1 no-hit challenge, only 4 people have ever successfully completed it on that fandom site. And I think it's a fairly big fandom site too. That is just so nuts. I'm down to try. Like, I'm down to try a lot of stuff. Let's see. Pontiff's left eye. Oh, that's right. I think to get Pontiff's right eye, I need to go kill the beast that's in Irithyll. Did I already do that? Did I already? Oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway. I already used the Soul of Wart. Dang it. Alright, let's look at our current loadout. Boost attack when that's full. Boost rolling invincibility at the cost of defense. I don't need the defense anyway. Recover. Yep, cool. Alright. Ladies, he's down to try a lot of stuff. Oh my god. But dude, like, even thinking about those challenges, oh, man, that's gonna be... I'm gonna have to think about that and like do some research to figure out how I'm gonna do a no-hit run.
What needs smithing this
What's
day?
good about this is kind of my general plan with this stream is I want to go like a couple new game pluses up with just a Soul Level 1 character, because it kind of works both ways. It's basically giving me a ton of practice to try that no-hit run. But yeah, my entire methodology and thought process is going to have to change in order to accommodate that, because there's just so many things. Like, they literally go down to the detail of explaining, like, hey, if you're in like the catacombs of Carthus, which is basically just like an area that has like a bunch of skeleton archers and stuff that has traps, and it's like if you step on a trap and a dart shoots out of the wall and hits you, that's considered a hit. You have to restart your entire game. And I'm just like, oh my god. the most bizarre one that I saw.
Pretty be careful.
So in Irithyll Dungeon, they have jailers, and what they do is that they have this magic spell that will basically gradually reduce your overall health bar. And how long does it take to beat the game? If I'm really in stride, I think the fastest I've beaten the base game of Dark Souls 3 with a level 1 character is right on the verge of 7-8 hours. But that's with repeated attempts at bosses, by the way. This would imply, like, you basically have to beat every single boss first try, and not get hit. And that is a tall order. Let's see. So I've already gotten to here, so let's go check to see if I beat the beast on the bridge. So, for context, in case anyone is wondering what the heck I'm doing right now, I'm trying to find Pontiff's right eye. It's a ring, and what it does is it basically buffs your attack on consecutive attacks. And I'm pretty certain you get it from defeating this beast that's on the bridge. So that bridge that's up there? There it is. Alright. Let's see what you got. Ha! Oh my god. Of course. I remember now why I don't like fighting this thing. So annoying. It's just so fast. It's basically a little mini-boss that is meant to guard the gates of Irithyll. I think there is like a further lore explanation on what they're actually doing, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't read into that. But yeah, they basically are very fast. They have very close, tight hitboxes. So you can't really stay like, you can get close to them, but they can hit you from like a multitude of angles just by being next to you, which makes them kind of a giant pain in the ass. What in the heck? Where did he go? Oh. Olay. This is gonna take a minute. Oh, I hate that attack. Okay. Not too bad so far, not too bad. This time to heal up. Come on, big boy. Yeah, what I'm kind of hoping to do is that I can crit him, but I don't think I can get too many consecutive attacks off at once. Oh, no. Oh, man, I survived. Not for long, though. Okay, hold on. Ah, dang. Somehow still alive. Not sure how that worked out. Come on. What you got, big man? Woo-hoo-hoo! There we go. And I was right. He did have Pontiff's right eye. Sick. And stay down. Are you fucking sorry? Okay, so now that I have that, now which ring would I sacrifice? You know? Are you fucking sorry? let's experiment with this Carthus Bloodring a little bit. I don't know how much boost attack as long as attacks persist. This is just a default buff, so I think this one is going to be better long term. I don't know if they can immediately stack. I'm going to keep Chlorothy Ring though. Let's see. Because if the rolling if I get more iframes and I can make certain dodges viable with that boss fight, that opens up the playbook a lot more, and I can be a lot more aggressive with it. But if it turns out it basically does like nothing, then I'm gonna switch it up and I'm gonna make it so that I think they should stack. And I've worked with that ring before, the Pontiff's Right Eye. You do like 2 attacks consecutively, and then on the 3rd attack, it'll give you a stat boost. Let's see. We want to go... I'm all turned around right now. Here we go. Boards of Boreal Valley. Alright. Let's go see if we can give Dancer the 1-2 buckle my shoe. That was a nice little detour. I did not think the cursed Greatwood would go down that fast. Oh my god. But then again, I've never fought that tree with this loadout before. But dude, we touched that tree with this club and it like literally exploded. Okay, not bad, not bad. Alright. Dang it. Oh man, that's the worst, when I can see an attack coming and I can't react to it fast enough and I just have to sit there and take it. Oh, it's never fun. That's the, and I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but some of the boss fights in Dark Souls where you're running like a soul level 1 build like I am, it's hyper annoying when you actually block correctly, but what happens is just stare at it and accept your fate. Dude, for real. It's even worse. There's an even worse thing that can happen where the boss will attack and you'll block it, but it will basically break your poise, which staggers you. Oh god. Ah! That was just bad form. I got distracted by talking about other things that irritated me. But no. So in some boss fights, when you're doing a soul level 1 run, if you eat the hit by blocking it, it will break your poise, it will stagger you, and then you cannot recover in like fast enough before the consecutive blow. Yeah, maybe you can't go hitless on stream, too many distractions. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's definitely going to be one of those things where, like, my CPU and my brain is going to be maxed out. Oh, so close. It's even funnier because, like, I can feel the move coming. Like, I know what's about to happen, and I guess I'll just fractionally too late hit the spacebar, so it won't register the roll, and then I'll just get hit, and I'm like, well, what the heck? Why did I not roll out of the way? That can be sometimes one of the most infuriating things. I actually was at a point where I was like so blinded by my own ego that I was like, oh, it can't be me. That's the problem. It's the keyboard. So I actually replaced the keyboard, or just got like a separate one to try. And I was like, oh wait, no, it's just me. I'm bad. Let's see here. Alright. Yeah, I should be doing a better job of conserving my stamina. Okay, we'll come back up. More and more I'm thinking about it, it might make more sense to buff the attack power versus try to make new dodge roll lanes viable. Because I already have a system that roughly works. You basically hit twice, run away when she's in phase 2. Okay. Now let's see. Uh-oh. Dang, I was too far away. Okay, that's not bad. I'll take that every day. Let's go. Oh my god, I missed my second attack. Saw it too late. Oh, man. Okay, so I think there needs to be an addendum to my previous statement. I've made a couple comments where I say, oh, yeah, in phase 2, whenever she slams her swords down, it's generally an indication that you have enough of a time to get in there and get some hits in. Not so. If she initiates with the slam down of the swords, the probability shifts, and it's likely that it's becoming more and more likely that she will have a follow-up maneuver. Now, you can still rush in if she initiates with the downward slam of both swords. It's just likely that there could be a follow-up hit, and if you're running the type of build that I'm running, it greatly increases your risk. However, if she goes to the end of a combo and then does the double sword slam, that sounds like some kind of WWE event. If she does that then, there is less likely a chance that she is going to follow up with an immediate combo. And that's kind of what you're doing in the second phase of the boss fight, is you're just trying to read and react to the patterns that she's giving you and determine when is a good time to get in and get out. So it's like, okay, she's done with her attack sequence, run in, 2 hits, no more than 2, because you're not going to have enough time to basically escape, and then escape to the bigger part of the room that she's not occupying. That will give you enough room so that you can basically radially make as big a distance as you can away from her. And this will lower the risk of you getting hit by her follow-up consecutive attacks. The TLDR, just keep hitting her until her health bar goes to 0. And you'll win. It just works. Oh my god. Okay, that's a good example right there of not conserving your stamina accordingly. You need to always be operating in around the 50% to slightly lower stamina threshold so that you have enough in the tank to at least pull off 2 or 3 rolls consecutively. Pro tip, bosses die when their health is 0. The tried and true method of reducing a boss's health bar to 0. Good old reliable. That's what we're supposed to do? Oh, man. Alright, come here. Alright, let's see if I can lock in or lock out. Slightly too close. I have no idea how I survived that. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh my god. Huh? Oh my god. Oh man. Ah, damn it. That's interesting though. Somehow I managed to... Okay. So, in the second part of the boss fight, she has a move where she is basically doing a swipe attack with both swords, one following the other, and then one is slightly higher than... Basically, the first sword will be low, the second sword will be slightly higher, which makes dodge rolling usually harder, but somehow she did that move and I actually successfully dodge rolled through it. That's interesting. I need to go back and look to see how I did that. It might be a thing where you have to be like radially so far out on the sword to get the timing and distance right, because if you're too close, the swords are probably going to be too close to each other. Oh, that's crap. Yeah. No, when she does the move where she basically takes her sword and plants it into the ground and like scrapes it to make that wall of fire or wall of darkness, usually what you don't want to do is dodge roll to dodge it. Because what she does, I don't have the exact like angle like mapped out in my head, but basically what will end up happening is by dodge rolling, if you're trying to stay in close where you can get a consecutive attack, you're likely going to roll too far, overcommit, and you're basically going to roll over to another part that she's already etched on the floor that has a delayed explosive. So it's like, yeah, the best way is to just walk behind her every time she does it, if you're in a position to do so. Uh-oh, uh-oh, damn it. Oh, it's because I have the Carthus Bloodring. That's how I was able to do that. I got the extra iframes. Holy shit, it's viable. Oh my god. Okay, that changes some of the calculus here. Whew, man. Alright. Take a sip of my handy-dandy Colombian coffee while I'm playing this with one hand. Alright. What you got? Dodge roll through the grab. Okay, we got lucky that she staggered, but uh-oh. Ah, I ran out of stamina. Wow, okay, that Carthus Bloodring, that's a game changer, because I can already tell at least 2 instances in that last attempt where if I had not have had that, based on previous tries, I would have been hit. So that, wow, okay. That is giving me just enough of a margin of error that I think I can dodge roll through more of her attacks. Man, that is fascinating. I have never tried to do this approach before. Now, I don't know if War Cry will stack on top of this. I think it should. So, let's do that. Come on. Let's see what you got. Conserve my stamina a bit more. Okay. Ah. Let's see. This is interesting. You know, I'm thinking about it off the top of my head. This might be... Man, I really need to think about this. This might be the only boss I can think of immediately where having those extra iframes is going to be like such a lifesaver. Probably Soul of Cinder too. Maybe. But like, every other boss fight you can largely... Oh, I didn't do War Cry. Let's War Cry it up. Alright, let's go. The good thing is that casting animation with Club is so, like, it takes like no time whatsoever. Oh, thank God we staggered her. Alright, let's go. Gotta chop that wood. As the great Teddy Atlas used to say, gotta throw that water in the basement. Gotta go for the body. What in the world? Okay, the attack literally phased through me. I don't know how, and I'm not going to question it. Okay. Get my free hits. Escape to the bigger part of the room. Okay, this is ideal. Going for the down thrust. Cool. Get our free hits. Run away, run away. I could have done that better, but that's fine. Yep, it's the consecutive. Haha, bitch. Now that I know your tell. Oh, no! We are so close. Oh, luck can only save you now. Alright, now that I've identified her derivative of the double sword slam downwards, oh, it's so Jover. I can chain so much more offense off that. Of course she's going to my left. Come on. Stamina a little better. Okay. Thankfully, I have Carthus Ring and Grass Crush Shield, so the stamina regeneration is stackable. It's not great, but it's something. And I would kind of prefer to have that as a passive. Now, there is the argument that you could do something to better replace it. Uh-oh. Back up, back up. Get our free hits. I'm gonna escape. Oh, can I do it? Oh man, dang it! I got greedy. I should have backed up. Because what I should have done is recognize that as she's doing that motion, that it was gonna take too much time for me to get behind her and execute an attack. Instead, I was like, haha, I wonder if I can just walk over there and hit her and get out in time. Answer to that is no. So don't do that. Alright. Man, this is gonna feel so rewarding after this boss finally. Because then I can just... Oh man, when I was doing my practice stream yesterday, after I got done with this boss, the rest of the bosses I was just crushing through. So it's like, this is the only one that gives me a little mild form of hesitation. Up until Soul of Cinders. The rest of them I have, like, pretty seared into my head. Come on. Oh, man. Buddy. All right, here we go. Come on. 2 hits. Everyone knows the rules. She's going to go for the down slam. Okay, cool. Got my free hits. That's great. More free hits. Escape to the bigger part of the room. Okay, that's kind of more of a... Okay, we're going to create some room here. Uh-oh. I can't see her, so I don't know what she's going to do. Okay, I can take advantage of that. Woo-hoo-hoo! Bring it on. Oh, man. Woo! Come on. She's going to go for the down slam. Cool. Get her free hits. Oh, my God. I don't like that she's this close to me. Okay, that would have been a good move to get through, but I'll take it. Oh my god! Run! Okay, free hits. Oh my god, free hits. Back up. Take this slow. Oh, that's even better. Yes! Come on! Oh my god, can I get it? The free hits in time? Boom! And down she goes. Woo! Alright. Now we get to go fight Ocerios. Oh my god, that... that is one of the choke point bosses, and that is finally over. It only took me 2 hours. Oh well. Learned some things. My theory about using the Carthus Bloodring was correct, and that it opens up different it basically makes it easier to go through some of her combo attacks up close in her second phase, which, if I was a bit more aggressive about it, I could have definitely taken advantage of that more, but that definitely saved me in some of those finishing sequences. But now that I don't need to dodge constant attacks back to back to back to back, now I can equip Pontiff's right eye, and now we're going to have just multiple stacks, increasing our attack power even more. Now, what I don't know is if those 2 rings, if they're going to stack with my Warcry. I don't know. I suppose I can experiment. Alright. I am feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Actually, you know, I should put those souls to good use. Not leveling up, of course. We're gonna go buy some titanite shards while we're at it. Because I've got a weapon in mind for late game, and I need to start buying the building materials, like, now. It's gonna be the Millwood axe. You can get it from the DLC area. Ariandel, I think is how you pronounce it. Yeah. Oh, actually I have some ash. She always has that creepy laugh.
Gracious, passing.
Oh, that's right.
Given. And almost. Oh, I'm sure an ashen one such as thee would never indulge such base contrivances.
Contrivances. Lady, you say big words. I just need building materials. Put it on. 75 titanite shards. Okay, I don't need that many. I think I just need like 30 is a safe bet. Let's just go with that. And then I can buy some humanity. We're just gonna make it rain up in here. So this is the one that people... Items exceeding maximum... What? Stored, held, whatever. Oh, I can only hold 10 of them? Pff, whatever, that's lame. Alright. Oh man, that was... that felt good, getting rid of that Boreal Dancer. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, it's probably not good etiquette to burp into the mic. Alright. Okay, so now, this is an optional area. I forget exactly what it's called. I think it's like something garden. Yo, what's up, big man? Damn, he hits hard. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I can hit back. Uh-oh. Maybe not. Come on. Oh my god. Ooh, that Carthus Bloodring might be helpful. Oh, heck no. I thought I could stagger him. Maybe I just need to double-hand it and just start smacking the ever-living crap out of him. Oh, so I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't expound upon it. So the Millwood Great Axe, I don't know if it's called a Great Axe. I have to look into that. But anyway, it's an axe that you can get in the DLC area, and it actually is one of the best weapons you can get for a Soul Level 1 run. Because what happens is it's raw damage output, and by raw, I actually mean like when you infuse it with a raw gem, it has like the highest base physical damage, I think, of almost any weapon that is viable for a Soul Level 1 run. Oh, come on! Okay. This guy isn't exactly my intended target, so I might just run by him. It might be the coward's way out, but I don't want to spend more time. I'm already 2 hours into stream. I kind of want to show the nice, good people more of this game. Okay, there we go. We've made our additions. I need to unequip those fire bombs. I don't even... Oh, I think my strategy with this last time was that I was going to try and use that against the Dancer, but that's just dumb. Alright. Stand aside, citizen. He just lets me. So I think there are titanite chunks in this garden, if I remember correctly. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Pretty much any area that is consecutive or after the Boreal Dancer, you're going to start finding areas that have titanite chunks available. Now, I think that goes to something. Let me see if I can do this. I could have sworn... Visions of Lonely. I could have sworn there was something up here, but I guess I'm wrong. Oh, well, that's like the complete opposite of what I wanted to do, but whatever. Okay, so we're gonna unlock the shortcut real quick. Man, I'm a bad streamer. I didn't see the title name for the area as I walked in, otherwise I would have reiterated upon it. Yeah, so this is a shortcut that we're going to use to get to Ocerios. And actually, so this optional area actually is very important for two reasons. So one, it gets you to Ocerios. And, you know, Ocerios by himself is, like, interesting lore-wise, but what's more interesting is that once you beat him, you get a gesture that allows you to travel to Archdragon Peak. Once you're at Archdragon Peak, there's a couple bosses you have to fight. They're not too bad. And then you can get the ashes. I think they might be the Easterners' ashes. That makes the most sense to me, because that's in correspondence with the lore of the Nameless King / Ruler of the Storm. But, anyway, once we have that, oh my god. Once we have that, we can buy Titanite chunks at will, and once we can do that, we can buff the club up even more, and then we can literally just go, like, beat the ever-living snot out of, Pontiff Sulyvahn. Yeah, and so I have my viewer count hidden at the minute, but I'll just reiterate, just for the sake of talking. Yeah, Pontiff Sulyvahn in the lore of Dark Souls is a pretty bad dude. I kind of iterated on it, like, earlier in the stream, but basically, not only has he done nefarious acts related to the royal family of Lothric, but he's actually led to the death of one of the gods of Lordran, who was a son of Gwen. And this is all in the name of him basically continuing the agenda. Now, what's interesting about this is I don't exactly know where Pontiff's motivations come for trying to prevent people from linking the fire. I know that he discovers the profaned flame inside the profaned capital. Okay, so this opening cinematic is going to have the most talking any boss ever does, so I'm going to shut up.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up, for he is all that I have.
Alright, we're gonna go crush this guy like a Coke can. The only thing that's difficult about this boss fight is his hitboxes are absolutely stupid.
Dear little Ocelot.
Although it kind of works both ways. He has some... When he hits you, you're kind of like, that's unfair, but he has some areas too. He's such a big model that he just has areas you can take advantage of in hitting, like his tail.
Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Yeah, like whenever he does that, I'm just going to get behind him and hit his tail. Now, I don't think I can string together enough combos together for Pontiff's right eye to happen. Uh-oh. We need to back out. Take a sippy. Alright, bring it on. Yeah, his attack pattern in Phase 1 is relatively I would say, easily understood. Now he's going into attack pattern 2, or phase 2. He's going to get a lot more aggressive and a lot faster. But fear not. Basically what we have to do is we're just going to wait for him to go up over us, and we're just going to hit him as opportunity presents itself. Okay. That is a very great talking point because it illustrates what I was just talking about. This guy's hitboxes suck. He will... Okay, notably it's his knees when he's on all fours. If you are directly under him, and if he even like shimmies or moves slightly while you're next to his knee, and if you don't have your guard up in that direction, he will immediately one-hit kill you. This is what makes him annoying, but if you know this, he becomes a lot easier. Because then you're like, okay, phase 1, he's got like a little bit of a delayed down slam. He has a diagonal slash with his staff. He can whip his tail around. Like, he only has 3 or 4 individual movements, and he usually never chains them together very well. Or there's enough time in between each attack that you're like, okay, I don't have to commit, like, hardcore thought to this to make it a rhythm game. But in his second phase, because his hitboxes are, to some extent, by my definition, kind of broken, you have to make sure that you're aware of that. Because effectively all you're going to do is he's going to keep trying to rush you down, and what we're going to do instead is we're just going to keep rolling under him, get behind him, take the hits, take the free hits as we get them, and we're good. And I was a little too distracted. I missed my jump off point. But this is fine. This resets the thing. Oh, actually, there should be another ring here. Maybe that's on New Game Plus. Whatever. Alright, let's go see if we can knock this guy down a peg. And that's another thing that kind of stinks about... It doesn't stink, but fighting Ocerios on your very first playthrough, your weapon is not going to be max leveled because you just don't have opportunity to those kinds of resources. And he has a lot of health compared to a standard Dark Souls boss. Like, he's got to be up there. No one beats Yorm in terms of, like, total health, but he might be second. The more I'm thinking about it. Come on. Oh, man. Yeah, I occasionally get tilted fighting this boss fight just because of the fact that I'm like, his moveset is so basic. How could I fall to such basic patterns? And then I'm like, oh yeah. Oh, actually, so this is kind of a good point to talk about the lore a little bit again. So Ocerios, he is now known as the Consumed King Ocerios. The reason he's known as Consumed King is because he basically went crazy trying to do experiments that would effectively make him part dragon, if not a dragon in and of itself. The reason dragons are so... I don't know if worshipped is the right word, but the reason that dragons have such a heavy emphasis... Oh my god! Okay, that might be the only time that gremlin has actually managed to shove me off the elevator. I have never seen that before. Or at least I can't recall a similar instance. That's just funny. Free content here, folks. Watching me get drop-kicked off an elevator. But that's what I get for running by everything. Anyway, so the reason that dragons have such a prolific place within Dark Souls lore is because their scales, their stone scales, are effectively what made them immortal. And this is actually kind of a big touch point with Dark Souls 1, because part of the reason that the Lords of Cinder were able to win in the conflict against the dragons which ruled the Age of the Old is because Seth the Scaleless, or Seath the Scaleless, he was an albino dragon that was born with a mutation that did not grant him the same scales as his ancestors. He was ostracized for this, he hated it, and pretty much he became a traitor, and then for this Gwyn gave him the title of Duke, and within that title he amassed a giant library. This is kind of a central point of the lore of Dark Souls 1, but it illustrates that even Seath, who was a dragon, he continued his research into immortality because he was never born with the same scales that granted it to the dragons of old. And now the King of King Ocerios, he also was taken in by the same madness that consumes those who look into magic that are basically trying to break the natural cycle of things. Pretty much everyone who's tried to study immortality ends up going crazy. Alright. Oh, what the? I mistimed that. Anyway, so Ocerios became consumed with the concept of wanting to have immortality, and he began to do further and further experiments. What's interesting is you find out from Dark Souls 1, which takes place in Lordran, that one of Gwyn's daughters, a goddess known as Guinevere, she left the kingdom as soon as the first flame began to flicker, and there were signs that basically the Age of Gods was coming to an end. She left, went to Lothric, which is where we're at now. Yeah, it gets a little confusing, because there's Lothric, Castle Lothric, and then there's a character known as Lothric, so... It's like that Space Ghost meme, where it's just like, please state your name, occupation, and like, I forget, something else, and he's like, Lizard Man, Lizard Man, Lizard Man. But, anyway. So, Guinevere actually was having kids with King Ocerios, and he had a bunch of daughters. He was very driven to find an heir. She eventually gave birth to Lorian and Lothric, who were selected to be, well, Lothric was selected to be a soul of cinder, and to basically rekindle the first flame. He rejected this fate. That had a bunch of consequences, but that's not important for right now. The point being is that one of those daughters became Dancer of Boreal Valley, which we just fought. Some of his sons became the next inheritors of the kingdom, and then finally he had Ocelot, which is an offspring that died at childbirth, but he, in his madness, still thinks Ocelot is alive, and is a successful implementation of his experiments, turning someone into part dragon. Oh boy, this is bad, this is bad. Ah, dang it. Yeah, that was dumb. That was just me being dumb, and probably talking too much about the lore. And then I was like, oh, shiny! And I ran right into the ice magic that he was summoning. But yeah, in terms of just general mechanics, this boss fight isn't too bad. It just has weird hitboxes. Alright. Yeah, this is just going to be a bit of a war of attrition, because he just has so much health, and we can only attack his health so much. If I got another titanite chunk, I might be able to do something, but I can't remember if there's an immediate... Well, actually, theoretically, I know where I can get some more titanite chunks, so I could buff my weapon to help further chop him down. And we need to do it anyway in order to get to the shortcut for the Great Dragonslayer Knight Armor. could do that. I mean, we can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. The world's our oyster. Let's just see how it goes. Yeah, for those knights, when you're running by them, just quick tip, you're gonna wait until their downward slash, until it at least hits past 45 degrees, and then you're gonna roll, because otherwise they'll track your position and follow you no matter where you roll, and just auto hit you. Oh my god. Yeah, anytime he attacks it... Oh, oops. Wow, I survived that. With like 1 HP.
Dear little Ocelot.
Oh boy. This is gonna take a minute.
Are you hiding from me?
Come on.
Come out. Come out.
You know, I don't know which is easier, his phase 1 or his phase 2.
Dragons. What could you possibly fear?
His phase 2...
Show yourself.
I would say his phase 2 is tougher.
My dear
Phase
little
1 has
Ocelot.
less opportunities to attack him, but phase 2 has more BS that can hit you. Oh my god. That's so annoying that even if I block that... Well, I'm just gonna attack his tail. Oh my god. I lost track of him in my peripheral. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I've never substantiated these rumors, and I'm pretty certain they're just rumors meant to like mess with people in the community. But I'm trying to remember. I think there was like a rumor that if you had a certain amount of a certain stat, that you could actually see Ocelot. Like you could actually gain the perception to see him. And the whole thought process was that because he's a dragon hybrid. Here's why that actually, to some extent, kind of actually makes sense. Because in Dark Souls 1, you have Priscilla, who is a half-dragon crossbreed. It is highly likely that Seth the Scale, or Seath, I keep saying Seth. hey people. No, Seath the Scaleless. It's very highly likely that he had a child with someone who is known as the Goddess of Sin. I forget her name. It starts with like a V. But anyway, Seath had a kid, which was Priscilla, which is a half-dragon crossbreed that was locked into the Painted World because of the fact that she has the ability to kill gods. But because she's a half-dragon crossbreed, she also got the ability, for whatever reason, to turn invisible. So people were like, oh, Ocelot is a hybrid child of a dragon. Not, but, you know, you can see where the logic is going. So he should be invisible, and if you buff certain stats up, you will have the perception to see him. But what's kind of insane about this whole... It's actually very dark. If you watch Ocerios, he is cradling what is supposed to be Ocelot, and then from there, when he goes into his second phase, he takes the hand that's supposed to be cradling the child and just slams it into the ground, which is kind of more implying that Ocelot is already dead or has been dead for some time and he's just crazy. And even had he been alive, like, Ocerios probably would have just killed him in some, like, jealous rage or something else. Oh, man. Yeah, you know, maybe that's actually a nice idea. I'm gonna give it one more shot. Like, we haven't... This boss fight, quite frankly, does bore me, so I have a hard time locking in on him. Because it's just such a repeatable pattern, but now that we have access to titanite chunks, you know, it's not unthinkable that I could probably get a good amount of titanite chunks from Castle Lothric. I might be able to get enough that I can buff the weapon twice, but I'm not sure. I'd have to check. Because I can at least think of a couple locations off the top of my head.
Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Oh, what? Oh, I guess I mistimed the roll. Oh, well. Yeah, one of the things I learned in sort of my practice stream with this guy is you're going to want to affect... So I'm going to go get titanite chunks now while I just talk for a little bit. But basically, what you're going to want to do once he gets into his second phase is you're going to want to be under him or very peripheral to him, like immediately. Because when he does that spin, I'm actually doing something that's not efficient. I'm rolling with him whenever he does his whole body spin. You don't actually need to do that. If you're a certain radius towards him, like in a near region zone of him, you actually don't need to do that. Because it just won't hit you. It's meant to hit things on the outer edge of him as he's swinging his tail. But if you're like kind of near his legs, it just won't hit you. And then you can basically keep attacking. If you're really aggressive, you would just keep attacking. I tend to be a little bit more safe, and I'll just like all guard passively. But yeah, and as soon as he goes into his second phase, that is a big checkered flag to just start wailing on him as much as you can. Because you're going to get like a good 5-6 seconds maybe of him doing his whole monologue. Alright. So I have enough. Okay, cool. I can stagger him. That's good to know. Let me see. Yay! We did it, guys. We have defeated the greatest evil. A giant axe-wielding peasant. Alright, so we should have enough titanite chunks to get it up one more level. But there's definitely more here, so let's go do that. tip, these guys here that are in this like basin area, they will automatically mutate into the serpent-like creatures that oh yeah, hell yeah. Ooh, mama. We're eating good today. Nice try. There, I forgot how many titanite chunks are here. Sick. We might actually be able to get up to the next level. I just need, I believe, 3 more. Up. Up. Come here. Come here, little bug. Uh-oh. Okay, this is great and everything. Actually, that's super helpful, because I should be able to buff my, oh my god. I don't care. I already won. I got some of the resources I needed. I think there's a few more titanite chunks further down, but regardless, this will allow me to further buff up my grass crest shield, which I'll take that all day, every day of the week. Yeah, so what we can do, we need to go here. I think this is a titanite chunk. Okay, this guy's gonna transform unless we kill him. Cool. Oh man, we are making it rain with titanite chunks. Hell yes. This is the entire point of why I came here, is so that I could get this, further upgrade the weapon, and just start teeing off on it. Because this is gonna make Pontiff, like, easy. I hesitate to say, like, super easy. Dang it. I'm getting greedy. I want another titanite chunk, and I don't know if that one is. I can't remember what that item location is. It's probably not, but, well, I gotta try. Oh my goodness. I was having a discussion with a friend yesterday, and I was telling them how I went on a date, and the woman was explaining to me how Dark Souls is basically just, she doesn't like games like Dark Souls because they're rhythm games basically, and you just are memorizing patterns. And I'm like, and I was kind of like a little pissed. I was like, what? I mean, that's definitely part of it. Like, objectively, she's not wrong, but at the same time, I kind of looked at it like, okay, by that definition, everything is a rhythm game. If you're just trying to memorize patterns and, like, optimize and take advantage of said patterns, like, what kind of outlook is this? And then she went on to go tell me about how Stardew Valley is so great. And I'm like, okay, Stardew Valley is great, other than the fact that you can't date the mom. Which, by the way, that's bullshit. And I'm happy to see that there's mods out there that make this possible. Because you know I'm a customer. Oh! Oh yeah! We hit the mother load! Let's go! I literally think that's all I need now to... Oh man. This is awesome. If what I'm thinking... If I'm correct, which normally I'm never correct, but if I'm correct this time, we might have enough to already buff up the weapon twice. And I am loving that. More damage, the better. Let's see here. I'm gonna burn one of these guys. Yeah, that's more than enough. It's probably overkill, but why not? We got a lot of things reinforced. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god, we might actually get it to level... We might be able to get it to 9. Oh my god. Things are looking good.
Be careful.
Oh my goodness. I just need 4 more titanite chunks. And I know where some more of them are within Lothric Castle. I at least know where 1 more is. Maybe 2. But man, alright, so we are already, like, knocking it out of the park in terms of objectives. This is what I wanted to do. I literally wanted to get it another level up. And once we do that, we're gravy. And actually, I bet I can get more titanite chunks if I go kill that dragon up there. There's 2 ways to do it, one of which is more risky than the other. But I will... Oh. Wow. That is like... I think the first time in years I have died there. Oh, man. It's such a different skill set to play a game like this and talk simultaneously. Like, thankfully, a lot of it's kind of muscle memory, so I can do it to some extent, but, man. Lord help you if you do not have, like, a lot of hours on this game and you're trying to do that. I mean, I don't know, maybe some people are just wired that way. I'm definitely not. I have to, like, hyper-focus on one thing or the other. I think this is just, like, a ring? No. Okay, that was very convenient. That's great. Because now we can go do the shortcut. Alright, these are advanced strats. We're just gonna run by all this. This is like a Crestfallen Knight Weary Warrior. Oh, I guess the item placement changes in New Game Plus. We're gonna ignore that knight who's gonna get buffed by that guy. We don't care. We really don't care. All we care about is getting to this elevator. That over there is the great dragon, like the Dragonslayer Knight. I think it's like Great Dragonslayer Armor. Yeah, that's that boss fight right over there. We don't care. We're gonna activate this elevator. We're gonna take it back up. We're gonna kill those dragons, get some more titanite chunks on the roof, and then also go down and scavenge the area beneath it. And then we might be able to get the weapon up to +9. And then after that, let me think. I'm trying to think of what's the quickest way to access a titanite slab. We would... Okay, you can trade in a coiled sword fragment to Pickle Pea to get one, which would take us through the untended graves, which is right after Ocerios. But it means we have to fight Champion Gundyr. And I don't know if I want that smoke at the minute. We shall see. Also, pro tip, walk over the elevator trigger to send it back down so that when you're restarting, like if you need to fight the Dragonslayer Armor multiple times, which I admittedly most likely will, the elevator is there. It's a very long elevator ride, so resetting it so that it's at the bottom whenever you restart is kind of nice. One more titanite chunk, and then we can hit the dragon up here on that claw, but we have to deal with these guys first. But I've just buffed up my weapon, so bring it on. And if you take this, if you let this guy aggro on you all the way over to this rooftop, they generally stop shooting arrows at you. They walk a little forward, but you can get this guy over the edge here. Yeah. Oh my god. I give him credit. Holy sh... Oh my god, I can't believe I survived that. Alright, buddy, as soon as I get up this ladder, you're dead. Oh, please don't swing on me as soon as I get up here. Oh my god. And I think I killed him too. Oh man. Because he got fall damage. Wow, that is the lamest way to die, but I'll take it. Oh, so what you do now... That might be a titanite chunk, or it's an Estus shard, or it's a soul. I can't remember. Let's go up here real quick. It's right over there. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy? Okay. That's not what I needed, but that's fine. I was just idly curious. I remembered there was an item placement over there. I couldn't remember what. Oh, but once you unlock that elevator, it's actually better to not spawn at this campfire anymore. We're gonna go back to Dancer of Boreal Valley bonfire, and then this will be the shortest way for us to get to that elevator shortcut that gets us all the way up further into Lothric Castle. All right. And see, this is why we preload this elevator, because this elevator ride takes forever. My souls back. All 5,000 souls. I want them. Alright. Now, let's do this again. Except this time, I win. Come on, boy. Man, I forget that these guys have so much health. Well, so this effectively commits me to the club at least until I get to the ashes at Archdragon Peak, which I'm totally fine with. Why didn't that do that? Oh, I guess he was guarding. Maybe that's why that took so much longer. Huh, whatever. Okay, he's down. He's down. Alright, so now we're going to attack this dragon here. Be careful, you can fall off this roof. This is the most exciting gameplay ever. Watching me just gradually chip at this dragon. You can actually attack this dragon at a lower level. So when we were running across the that runway down there that they breathe fire onto, when we were running across that, basically, okay, to get from this side to that side as you run across that platform there, as soon as you get into this side, you can take an immediate ladder to the right of the door, and you can get up and find like one of the sources that's controlling this dragon, and you can kill him there. But you leave yourself open to counterattacks and a bunch of other stuff. It's just super easy to kill him here like this. And see, look at that. There he goes. Now that dragon's like, what the hell? And he dies. I don't know why both of them die, but hey, I'll take it. Yeah, you can kind of see it down there. There's like a window where his tail is sticking through. That's where you could attack that's another point that you can attack him from. And this is the Night Ring. And since the club scales with strength, it's good to have that. So now, what we can do, I would argue that it's probably better to have this as a constant versus this. I mean, take your pick. But I'm going to buff this now, so our attack power should be even higher. Yeah, he's going to most likely... Oh. Okay, I don't care about that. I care about opening this door. Everything else can go kick rocks, as long as we open this door. Cool. We did it. Yeah, and... Oh! I was like, oh, I guess he didn't follow me. Au contraire. Alright. So now actually what we can do, we can go back to that original bonfire that's up on Lothric Castle, now that we've killed the dragons. And we should be able to go get all the nice goodies that are on the bottom floor. Now, I think it's mostly just Ember, if I remember correctly. I could be totally wrong about that, but if there's titanite chunks, that would be super appreciated. Yeah, there's stuff all over here. Lightning urn, eh. This is so funny that I can just walk through this. But, oh, come on. Ah. Really? I can't see. Refined gem. Oh, man, this isn't anything I wanted. Okay, I remembered the ember. Oh, man, come on. Dude! Really? Ah, well. Alright. I thought we could get some better goodies, but I guess not. There is something down here. I think that's just a gem. Can't remember what that is. I think it's like a raw gem. Oh, sick. Cool. My memory's not totally crap. That'll actually be helpful for later, so that's good that we have that. Okay. What's up, brother? Oh, man. Ah, man. There is something down here in one of those chests. I think it's just a weapon, though, if my memory serves me correctly. It's not, like, a huge priority for us, really. Okay, so we got no titanite chunks out of that. That kind of sucks, but I think we've mostly mined it out for what we can get available to us. Oh, that's right, because we can't get that other titanite chunk until we have the elevator. Okay. Okay. I am willing to go try Ocerios again for a couple more tries. To be honest, we could probably take that. We got way more titanite chunks than I expected to get. We could probably go fight Pontiff right now, but let's just go pay Ocerios like a visit and go do some stuff regardless. I would like to go. I would like to show stream Archdragon Peak, so not a I'm still kind of somewhat invested in getting that boss fight dealt with, because I think we can beat him. I don't think he's a tough fight. It's just it becomes a little bit more convenient when I have a little bit more firepower at my disposal. Oh my god, I hate these things. Yeah, some of the enemies in Dark Souls can be just so obnoxious with their rushdown. And they know what they're doing. They know that if you roll away from the first attack, that they've planned out the attack pattern such that like the third or fourth hit will like hit you in stride as you're recovering from that position. And it's just like, whatever, bro. Now, what's going to be fun, so it's always the first playthrough that's kind of the toughest, but then when we roll over into, like, New Game Plus 1 or 2, as long as, like, everything is still fresh in your head, those you can blaze through that. Like, I think the fastest I've gotten through New Game Plus 1 with, like, a Soul Level 1 build was on the order of, like, 6 hours. And we're already reaching close to like 7 for my first playthrough, but I'm also doing a bunch of ancillary stuff because I'm not trying to be like super hardcore parkour about it and be like, we must have all optimized for speedrunning. I don't really want to do that. I kind of want to just like take people around and show them. You know, actually that's kind of a good point. Doing the repeated Pontiff's right eye might be better, at least for this boss, because of the fact that Ocerios has so many cheap hits. It's not cheap, but he can hit me and, like, just slightly bring down my health.
little Ocelot. Are you hiding from me? Come out.
Okay, I already like this a lot better.
Afraid? You're born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear?
I don't have numbers in front of me right now,
Show yourself.
but this feels like I'm doing a lot more damage a lot quicker.
Little Ocelot.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is the worst possible position. What? What? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Okay, this is good though. This is good. As much as that's irritating, I think we have drastically increased the rate at which I can chop this guy down. Because we leveled up our weapon like twice. Now, actually, that's a good point. There might be more titanite chunks in the garden. We can go explore that a little bit. I don't think there's too many remaining, but I could... I mean, I always can be wrong about these things. But just off the top of my head, like, I don't remember anything being there past what we already got. Come on. Yeah, I bet you feel stupid now, huh? Anyway. Now that we've wiped our hands of that thing. Where would I find titanite chunks? There's a few item locations I can think of, but let's check it out. But yeah, I can already feel like a noticeable difference, and we're staggering it, which is also kind of insane. I bet there's enough titanite. Well, hey. Yeah, the fun part is that there's all these... Now, I think that's just an armor set under there. Let me see if I remember exactly how to do this. Okay. Thought I could do that. Dark gem. Okay. I don't actually remember what darkness scales off of, now that I'm thinking about it. Titanite chunk. Alright. We are in the money now. This feels like something should be beneath here. Or around here. I guess I'm mistaken. Let's see. Okay, 2 titanite chunks. That's not terrible. I don't think we're gonna reach our goal, but that's fine. I can just take the hit. This is a suicide run. I don't care. Claw. Yeah, that's right. This is like armor. Firebomb. Okay. That's completely useless, at least for my applications. Human pine resin. Don't care. I think that's... I want to say that's like all the items. I vaguely remember there's something like over in this direction. Let's see. Anything? Anyone? Ah, ring. Wow. Okay. Not really what I want, but you know, not terrible. It's so funny that I'm just literally running away from everything. I'm like, I don't care. I don't think there's anything up here. Nope. That's fine. I mean, I'm already poisoned. This is basically just like a death run at this point, so I don't mind. Yeah, I don't think there's any weapons here either. That's fine. Okay, well that just made that easier. me see. So I need 6. I think I only have like 3. Oh, mama. Okay, I only need 1 more. Oh my god, I just need 1 more. My brain. I'm trying to remember where I can get an extra 1. Maybe. You know, actually, did I ever get the item that's... Oh, I guess I did. Ah, well. Oh my god. Alright, bring it on. You want to die first? Oh. Good old bonk. Good old bonk. Nothing beats that. Oh man, that's so infuriating that we're like off by 1 titanite chunk. I can't think of anywhere else I can get one off the top of my head. I could check the wiki real quick, but I'm kind of just freeballing it right now. I'm going off memory and vibes, brother. Not trying to take this super duper serious. But I think we're more than in a position to beat up Ocerios. I mean, I literally was I staggered him twice, and was just I melted him down to half health way faster than what I'd done previously. Like, it felt like my output had not necessarily doubled, but had very sizably increased, which it should. The club scales with strength. I have that higher, and I buffed it twice. I don't know how the heck he can do that hit there, but whatever. I need to just start being more aggressive. The thing is, he occasionally gets himself into like weird positions.
Where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child.
Oh no! Crap. Too late. Oh man. Yeah, I was just like, oh, haha, I'll get greedy. The eternal lesson of don't get greedy persists evermore. We got this though. Like I said, the only thing that's a little annoying about him, other than his hitboxes, is he's very, at least in my opinion, he's kind of positioning specific. So, apologies if this looks a little rough. I'm doing this with one hand while drinking water right now. That's how seriously I take these guys. Go on. Just fall down there. All right. Oh man, I completely forget what I was just gonna talk about, but yeah, no, I think we got this. Oh, I was saying the other thing that's kind of annoying. Yeah, so he's specifically kind of positioning dependent, because kind of what you notice is that occasionally, okay, not occasionally, but one of his movesets when he's summoning that ice ring of magic, that ring of ice magic, is that it's a ring that's directly in front of him. And sometimes he'll like wedge himself up against walls or pillars. So it's kind of like you just have to retreat, which is kind of annoying. I'm gonna back off. His tail has a long range too, so be aware of that. But the good thing is if you roll into it,
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You are born a child of dragon.
oh man, woo!
What could you possibly fear?
Good thing I saw that last second.
Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Just smack. Oh, here we go. Okay, we gotta get in here. Let's go. Oh man. Up, up. Oh man, we do not want to be here. Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with his hitbox being kind of weird. He will, when you're under him, it's very, very important that you be very conscious of where his knees are, because at any given point, he will just move, and then you'll be deleted, like, automatically. I suppose we could change it up a little bit. Let's go fight the great Dragonslayer Armor. We'll change it up a little bit. Ocerios is a little bland, and I don't like... He's kind of just boring to me. We can always go back and whoop his butt later. Like I said, this is meant to be more of like a kind of a casual stroll through it while I'm doing my Soul Level 1 playthrough. This isn't necessarily meant to be like super hyper optimized for like making sure that I get through this as fast as I can. I've already done that in private, and I've gotten like 6-7 hour runs of DS3 SL1 runs. So for this one, I'm just trying to be like more, because I know a lot of people are probably going to be interested in like Elden Ring and From Software games, because the new DLC is coming out, and it would be kind of nice to make the games a little bit more approachable. It's kind of my oh, we're doing a lot of damage already, buddy. You are screwed. Now that I'm not fighting Ocerios, who has like all that stupid health. Come on, boy. Let's see what you got. That is so funny. I have never seen that before. Oh, the pressure wave. Yep. Oh, I can hear the dragons in the background roaring. They're not really dragons. They're like... Yep, here it comes. Environmental damage. That's fine. Wait out the storm. Come on. Uh-oh. I'm hearing something. Oh no! Ah, dang it. Yeah, okay. So I'll talk about Dragonslayer Armor a little bit. Okay, so he has 2 phases, not unlike a lot of bosses in this game. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, does every boss have 2 phases? At least? Oh my god. I feel like an idiot, because I keep saying, oh yeah, this boss has 2 phases, and almost that should be understood as like the default. But anyway, yes, so he has 2 phases. The first phase is fairly easy. what you're going to do is basically focus your entire effort on rotating clockwise or counterclockwise to avoid his diagonal or horizontal slashes, or his occasional shield down pound, or he basically just slams his shield down on top of you, or he will try. There's a couple moves where you would want to radially back away from him. For example, if you happen to be in front of him and he goes for like a push with his shield outwards, that's when you would directly roll backwards to negate that damage. But for the most part, you're just going to be rolling around him, keeping in tight to him, and just beating the ever-living snot out of him as a counter-puncher. So like even his opening phase here, I can literally just walk around him. Well, I could. Up. So this is a good opportunity for damage. Always take the opportunities when you get the free hits. Yeah, this is definitely a bad start, but not unrecoverable. Okay, he's in an idle animation. Yeah, when you get to the second phase, what's going to happen is the environment is going to start helping him out. His companions that were previously... see, like that. You can either move to the side or backwards to negate that damage when he does a shield push. Okay, come on. There's really... Oh, that's the one move that might get you a little bit into trouble when you're doing, like... Oh, yeah. With that one, you just walk. Alright, cool. Come on. Okay, I can hear the environment. You can usually get a free hit off that. Okay, one of them's using the laser. If you hear the laser, it's almost always behind you. Oh my... That's hilarious. I almost never die to that move. Yeah, anytime he looks like he's going for like an intimidating like down smash with a weapon is usually the best time to weave into his personal space and start counter hitting him. And as you can kind of see, this guy's a little bit more formulaic. He has set patterns that he will repeat over and over and over again. And yeah, his attack sequences don't have near the variety that Dancer of Boreal Valley had. He will just try to basically smash you down with his endurance and how much he's aggressively trying to press into you. But if you match that energy and kind of meet him at the point of contact and keep using your space to kind of back him up almost, basically all I'm saying is play aggressive, play free-flowing, roll a lot to his side synchronously with his attacks. And I know that sounds very obvious, but literally for this guy, that is the playbook to beat the snot out of him. There's a couple nuances here and there. Like when he's in his second phase, he has a little bit of variety whenever he's going to... He's basically charging up an attack with his axe. But it's not like... It's like 3 moves, and there's only one of them that you would have to worry about if you're anywhere farther than mid-range from him. Oh, see. Okay. That is a great time for us to get in there and just start laying in hits. I'm going to back off now. Take a sippy. Alright, bring it on. Yeah, that move in particular where he does like the full 180-degree swing, you're just going to walk around it. Because he does not track your positioning with it very much. So once he initiates it, you can just walk around him. It's all presence. It's meant to scare you. It doesn't it's not actually dangerous. Yeah, you can kind of pick your flavor if you want to go to his shield side or his weapon side. There's really not a really wrong answer. I typically roll up. Okay, I can already see the laser charge up. Uh-oh. created some space. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Ah, I mistimed it. I didn't see him go for the down. Yeah. That's that move that I was telling you has the variability, or the variability. When he puts his axe on the ground, he will do 3 moves. He will either drag it along the ground and then go into an upswing on you. He will put it into the ground, remain stationary, and then like flick it up. And then that's where you're seeing that air pressure wave hit you. And then the third one is he'll just pick it up, jump up, and then slam down on top of it. You usually get that one if you're closer to him. If you're farther away, you're likely to get the one with the pressure wave. So it can be influenced. It's not a difficult thing to dodge. You just have to remember that it will clip through objects. So it will go through the floor and it will go through the fountain, which in my opinion is completely unfair and dumb, but it will, and it will hit you. Yeah, you'll literally like you'll have him on the other side of the fountain or whatever that fixture is, and you're like, haha, clearly he can't hit me from here. And then he'll just have a pressure wave generated and throw it at you and just cut you in half. And you're like, what the fuck? How does that make any sense? But it's also kind of similar to Boreal Dancer. Her swords can partially clip through the pillars, which is annoying, but, you know. Yeah, I usually always rotate weapon side. That's annoying. I should have increased more space before I started to heal. But yeah, his range, like his reach as a boss isn't very intense. His attack sequences don't have a lot of variability in them. He's really not that bad of a boss fight. Like when I was doing a play run, or when I was practicing for this stream yesterday with some friends, I literally beat him in one go. And as you saw, like I got him down to like 30, maybe 25% health, my first ever crack at him. He's not super difficult once you know like a couple key tips and tricks here and there. All right. Yeah, I think this is worth the effort of going through and just playing and trying to beat this guy. We're gonna have to beat him anyway, but it's a very satisfying fight to watch because it's just hyper offense. So what we're gonna do for this is we're just gonna walk to his weapon side. Okay. Now that I'm outside of his reach, feel good healing. Alright, alright. Yeah, we're just gonna keep on rotating, take the hits where we get them. Thankfully, he has a pretty good amount of telegraph in his movements. So if you ever see, like, you hit his shield, you'll most likely aggravate a shield push, where he'll just push his shield forward and follow up with an attack. But you can take advantage of that because he almost always does that every single time you do it. So it's predictable behavior we can take advantage of. Okay, now we're just going to beat this guy up while we can. Okay, I couldn't stagger him, that's fine. Yeah, he has a little tell for that move right there. Whenever his axe goes slightly above his head by a few degrees like that, that means he's just about to launch his attack. I have to be careful because I've been spending way too much time on this side of the map. Yeah, now the environment's going to start interacting. I hear the laser behind me. Okay, I had enough time to get a free hit in. Yeah, he's going to do the charge. We're going to take advantage. Meet him halfway. Come on. What you got? Yep. All according to Keikaku. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I got greedy. Oh, but the greed was worth it. Alright, now I can just take a sip. Come on, brother. Let's go, brother. Hulkamania's running wild, brother. We got this. We got this. Up. Yeah, we got this. Woo! And down goes Dragonslayer Armor. Boom! All it needed was a little bit of Hulkamania. Alright. Easy, easy enough. Bang. Alright. Alright, but that's still not our objective. You know, I'm actually willing to go try Pontiff real quick. I want to see how much we can do to him. Let me think about this. We should have really good damage output. It's arguable that I should have more Estus Flask charges. And certainly I should probably have it much more upgraded, but eh. Oh, have I not even done that yet? Okay. Change of plans. I guess I have to go and make sure that we can get to the Pontiff fight to begin with. I guess I just got to Distant Manor. Have we killed Yorm yet? Let's look. Okay, cool. So I did kill Yorm last time. Ah, that's right. This is all kind of coming back to me now. All right. So we're going to go to Distant Manor. We're going to cut upwards, and we are going to work on the most annoying part of the game, potentially. I think if I took my time through it, it wouldn't be as bad, but I'm impatient, and I like running by things. Basically, there's a stairway that leads up to the next shortcut that is kind of painful. Because you're going to have a lot of dogs and a lot of spellcasters and potentially like a Dark Knight, if you're not careful, tracking you. And it's all just annoying. But yeah, our weapon is... Oh! Hey, it's Siegward. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, my man's sleeping.
Oh, excuse me, I must have dozed off. It's rather warm in here. Well, hasn't it been all too long? It's good to see you. Oh, I seem to have missed my chance, so I, Siegward of Katarina, offer my deepest gratitude, and a little surprise to go with it. It's all yours. I know. I make a fine Estus soup. I've got some stewing right now. Even we undead deserve a little normalcy from time to time. And finally, upon this rendezvous, let us make a toast. To your valor, my sword, and our sworn duties. Long may the sun shine.
God's curse.
Well, I just realized that I've been muted for some amount of time. Crap. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. But that happens. Hey, Bobblorgus, sorry I didn't see you sooner. Well, I saw you, but I talked, and I guess I was muted for, like, the last several minutes. My bad. Ah, that's annoying. So that means I've been muted ever since I was talking to Siegward. Ah, well. You take what you can get. That's what I get for trying to be considerate and making it so that I can mute myself so that I can hear the characters talk. Ah, man. Alright, now it's time to get in here and just crush this dude like a Coke can. Alright, come on, brother. Oh my god, I missed it again? I got the first two parries perfect. Lost my magic. This isn't like inescapable. Yeah, we do enough damage to this guy, like, I'm not concerned. Oh! Yeah, that's never good. Basically, that's one of the more annoying things, too, is Pontiff is such a timing-based boss that you need to really stay on top of making sure that whenever he hits you, like, if you block it, your timing is now shifted because he has delayed you by a set amount. But man. Alright, come here, bitch. Ew. Oh my god! Oh wow, he actually took the full hit. Alright. Just gonna do this. Alright. I am getting this stupid parry. Lean, mean, parrying machine. Nice! Let's go! Alright. Okay, he's above halfway up. We can hit him. So that I can get in some extra heals. Yeah, Pontiff correctly determined that I'm the bigger threat. And was like, yeah, I can't let this guy just get tee off on me. Alright, here we go. Oh, we crit him. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Okay. Oh my god. Woo, thank God that combo was over. Alright, but I've got his main attention. Black Hand Gartered. Oh, we got this. Come on. Alright, down goes Pontiff. Boom! Okay. Well, easy enough. Hey, Beaver Tom. Cool. Let's go kick the ever-living snot. I would say I'm pretty familiar with it, yeah. In fact, half of this stream I usually just take like a side detour and just start talking about the lore. But yeah, I've been playing the Souls games for a pretty long time. I probably have about 500 plus hours in DS1 and DS3. I'm starting a first play right now. What do you recommend for builds? Oh. I guess it kind of depends. I don't know if you have like a choice in like MMORPGs or anything, but I mean, if you want to go something that's pretty standard, going for more of a strength-centric build is always a pretty nice introduction, I would say. So you're just going to buff stats that are related to strength. There's a lot of weapons that scale off of that, and it's a pretty versatile playstyle. If you were looking to do more magic, I'm not as familiar on that, but you would generally buff intelligence for that. And then from there, yeah, just meat and potatoes. Usually a strength build with any kind of a sword or great sword is like a pretty standard way to go for a first-time playthrough. Okay. In Demon Souls, DS1 and DS2, I'd go Dex and Endurance, same logic here. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you're already familiar and have like a play style that you're familiar with, that should translate over. It depends. Are you looking to just play like the game, or are you trying to do more PvP stuff? Or, yeah, PvP. I'm looking to play the game all bosses. Okay. Yeah, in that case, Dex and Endurance, that should get you pretty far. Like, I can't immediately think of anything that makes it not viable for the DLC bosses. And by all bosses, I'm assuming you mean the DLC ones too, so I think that playstyle is, like, very much viable. Nothing like ADP or anything I need to worry about. I have to think about that. To be completely honest, I usually don't play Dex builds too much, so I'd have to look into it to see if there's anything in particular that would hamper that kind of a playstyle, but just from me running around doing stuff with level 1 and all the different playthroughs that I've done, I can't think of anything that should hinder you. But I'd have to look into that a little bit more to give you a more complete answer. So, let's see here. Jump over here, jump over here. Alright. Ah! So many fireballs.
Welcome
no
to
worries.
Chezkov's channel.
Oh, cool. Glad to help, man. Ah, that ugly dude. I'm not exactly sure what these are called. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot they do curse. Oh my god, screw this. Retreat? Okay, I'm looking to fight Aldrich, not that thing. Are shields as good in DS3 as DS1? They're kind of useless in DS2. Let me think about that. So I mean, I guess it would depend I mean, I think I would say they're fine. I mean, right now I have a Grass Crest shield that's been upgraded a couple times with Twinkling Titanite, and it's holding together pretty well up through like multiple playthroughs into New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, so I think most of the shields are good. Are you looking for like a particular effect or anything? Like, or is there a particular shield that you want? Ah, dang it. I got distracted. Yeah, this Aldrich boss fight. Stamina buff shields. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing now. Because right now with like this level 1 build that I'm running, effectively I'm trying to buff the attack and make sure I have as much endurance as possible for two things. I want to make sure that I can dodge roll as much as humanly possible, so that I always have opportunities available whenever I'm dealing with an attack sequence from a boss. And then two, because my character is so fragile, I kind of want him to be a glass cannon that can just belt out attacks as fast as possible. Because it kind of stinks if your character is fragile and you can only like swing your sword twice, and then you have to like stand back to regen it and everything. But yeah, this current build I'm using Grass Crest Shield and Chlorothy Ring. They both buff stamina regeneration. They do stack. I've seen people say that normally, instead of doing that, it might be better to use the item slots for something better, but it's just what I prefer personally. Be over here. Okay. Got him. Oh, thank God. Get the arrows out of the way now. Yeah, I don't really think you can go wrong with Chlorothy Ring. Chlorothy Ring, Ring of Favor. Oh, thank God. I thought he was going to go for... Oh, no, not the arrows. Oh, God. Okay. We're going to need to run. I hate this attack. Dang it. Oh, that's so annoying. So it's a +10 club that you get default when you get the Depraved class. Right now, I run this up until... let me think. Well, actually, I could technically change the weapon, because right now I've beaten Dancer of Boreal Valley, and once you beat her, it gives you access to both the Night Ring, which buffs your strength, and the, let me think, I think it's the Hunter Ring that buffs your dex. Dang it. But yeah, it's just a +8 club. What I do typically when I'm doing a Soul Level 1 playthrough is I go through the game pretty chronologically through the bosses, and then the first branch point is when you get to Pontiff in Irithyll. And what you traditionally would do is you would go through Pontiff up through Aldrich, is where I'm at now. And then once you defeat Aldrich, they spawn you in to fight Dancer of Boreal Valley. You beat her and you go up into Lothric Castle. However, what you can do alternatively is, instead of going that route, when you get to Pontiff, you can actually go to fight Dancer of Boreal Valley first. By killing Emma, you'll trigger that boss fight in the main area. And then once you get into, like, once you get past her, assuming you can do it, because that's one of the harder boss fights in the game, you actually get access to Lothric Castle, which on its own has a bunch of titanite chunks, which will get you from +6 to +9. And what you can also do, I've only gotten the weapon to +8, but what you could do is, there's an optional area in Lothric Castle. Sorry, I'm running around while trying to talk. There's an optional boss in Lothric Castle known as Ocerios the Consumed King. If you beat him, you get a gesture, which you can use to get to Archdragon Peak, which is where you fight the Wyvern boss and the Nameless King, that is the location of where you can get the ashes where you can buy titanite chunks. No, you're fine. I like talking and explaining this stuff, and yeah, this is totally fine. If anything, I need to get better at talking and playing at the same time anyway. But yeah. So what you can do is once you get those ashes that allow you to get titanite chunks, it's actually pretty easy because from there you get your weapon to +9 before you even fight Pontiff. And Pontiff is largely the middle point of the game. That's why when I was fighting Pontiff, I don't know if you saw that section of it, when I parried him and I hit him, I deleted like 35% of his health. I'm just gonna run. So that's typically what I do instead. Is I go through Dancer of Boreal Valley and then buff up my weapon to max capability. And then I go fight Pontiff, Aldrich, and then from there we're going to fight Prince Lothric and eventually the Soul of Cinders, which is the last boss. Yeah, this Aldrich boss fight is basically just trying to pin him down and make sure that he doesn't use that arrow attack in his second phase. Oh my god, I got too close to his teleportation portal. Dang it. Easy enough. Oh, one other thing. So I didn't mention this. With the weapon that I'm currently running, for other infusements, you typically need a coal that you'll give to Andre the blacksmith. You've played the other game, so I'm sure you're familiar with that. This weapon I'm running specifically for Soul Level 1 run, I imbued it with raw. So it's just pure physical damage. Andre, go way back. Yeah. But that's what makes the club even better in a very early part of the game, is you'll get to a point where you get enough large titanite chunks to get your weapon to like +4, +5, and then you use a raw gem, which drops really early in Lothric Castle, the high walls of Lothric, like right before you fight Vort, who's like the second boss fight. You imbue your weapon with that, and you are doing nasty damage early game. So, yeah, the way that this boss fight works is basically wherever we're located when he teleports, he will go to the opposite corresponding section of the map. Oh, okay, cool. We got a physical attack out of him. Leave him exposed. Start beating him up. Oh, wow, he's still here? Oh, he teleports by now. Oh. Ah, got it. Okay, cool. Oh boy. This guy. Oh no, not that! Alright, let's see if I can avoid this. This is the most annoying attack ever! Dang it. Yeah, pretty much what I'm trying to do right now with this boss fight is I'm trying to rush him down. So when he gets to his second phase and he starts actually, like, I don't know what you would call it, he basically ignites. He has that arrow attack, which because I'm doing a level 1 run, I'm extremely fragile. And I can't really get away with it or tank it. I can occasionally outrun it, but I want to mitigate that as much as possible. So what I'm doing is I'm basically abusing the fact that I know he's going to spawn on the opposite end of the room, and I just rush him as fast as I can. Because the closer you are when he spawns upwards, the more likely he is to shift into a more close-range physical attack versus a long-range magical attack. But it's just kind of getting luck of the draw. But we can influence that level. Okay, he's gonna double back. Or not. Alright, whatever. Okay. So if I stand here, he should roughly go over there. He does. Cool. That's what we want. Sorry, big guy. Oh my... What? I guess I got moved on the outer edge of his model, and I got clipped into the damage. Ah, that's fine. Thankfully, he doesn't have a lot of health, so this is just like a basic... You're basically trying to be the best DPS you can. When I played Bloodborne, I ended up splitting all my stats across all and it was not optimal. Oh, yeah. No, I totally understand that. I think when I played Dark Souls 1 for, like, the first time, I was just like, oh, I'll just basically put all of my points equally in every single category. Obviously, that makes sense. Why would there be categories here if they're not, like, of equal weight and value? And then you very quickly find out, like, don't do that. Depending on what kind of build you're going to run, you're going to focus your stats into those specific categories, and then just build from there. Now, there are some people... I guess... I'm trying to think of when I would ever increase luck. I've only ever seen that be something you do if you're trying to grind items. Like, I'm trying to remember. I think it's either titanite shards or... Ah, dang it. It's either titanite shards or large titanite shards you can get from the knights that are outside of Aldrich's and Orlando. So basically those giant steps that I'm running up, those knights have a certain drop rate of large titanite chunks, if I remember correctly. It's either that or it's like a covenant reward, something like that. And that is like the only time you should ever be upgrading luck is if you're trying to grind through item discovery. Thankfully, I've already 100%ed the game, so I don't have to do any of that anymore. Oh, yeah. It's always so cool, like, all the different throwbacks that they have to Dark Souls 1 in Dark Souls 3. And it's actually really fascinating when you start kind of diving in more to the lore. Because in DS1, you get to fight Gwendolyn as, like, an optional boss fight. And then if you notice that Aldrich's headdress looks like Gwendolyn, that's not by coincidence. Basically, Pontiff Sulyvahn fed Gwendolyn to that guy. And he absorbed his power. And it's also really cool, too, because he has movesets that are reminiscent of Gravelord Nito, Priscilla, and Gwendolyn. So it's a really cool boss. Does this take place chronologically after Dark Souls 1? Yes, it does. So, in the lore, basically what has happened... So, we're in Lothric right now. In Lordran, as soon as the first flame started to basically weaken, and they started getting into the practice of reigniting the first flame by kindling the fire and creating Lords of Cinder, once they started doing that... what is her name? She's the daughter of Guinevere, I believe is her name. Yeah, she's the illusion that you see in Dark Souls 1. She actually goes over to Lothric, which is where we're at, and she has several kids with the king Ocerios, and that's actually where we're at now. And it's kind of interesting because one of the kids of Guinevere and Ocerios is Prince Lothric. He's one of the Souls of Cinder we're going to fight pretty much after this guy. And because he rejected his fate to be a Soul of Cinder, he basically refuses to rekindle the bonfire, or the first flame. That has set into motion the entire plot line for Dark Souls 3. That's why you're around as the character in this game. Because they sent the fire is weakening, and there's no Soul of Cinder to rekindle it. So it's looking for anyone it can to relink the fire. Uh-oh. So yeah, it chronologically takes place after DS1. It's fine. physical attack. That's what we like. Actually, let's just dual hand. I didn't think of that fast enough. Alright, now he should be going into... Oh god, please run. No! Oh, dang it. Okay, so that's a good talking point right there. So he just used Life Steel Scythe, which is Priscilla's move. And there's different theories about how he came to have that power. I think I've looked at a couple different videos that, like from VatiVidya and stuff, who goes into the lore of DS3. And I guess there's nothing really explicit that says like they ever met, but somehow he, I guess, killed her and took that power. Oh yeah, dude. The lore is pretty... I actually have like 2 books on my desk. If you're ever interested in learning about like the development of the game and the lore of it, it's called Dark Souls Beyond the Grave. There's 2 volumes, and they cover Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls. Let's see what you got. Uh-oh. Man, what am I doing? I just need to be doing attack. We dual-handed, son. He's gonna spawn. Yeah. He took too long. Come on. Oh yeah, now we're chopping this guy down. I would so much rather him get these arrows out of the way now versus do it later. Okay, he is very likely to go into his ignited state. Good. Alright, cool. We're close to him. Perfect. That's what I want. Ah, dang it. I mistimed it. Are there any NPCs I should worry about or take out? That's an interesting thought. So... I can't immediately think of an NPC that you would want to take out. I think I know what you're kind of leaning towards, like from Dark Souls 1. I forget the name of the NPC, but the one that's at the starting bonfire, the guy that's in like all golden armor, who basically just keeps killing off NPCs unless you kill him first. Is there anyone like that in DS3? No. I mean, the only NPC you might even vaguely want to be aware of... Yeah, he keeps killing all the homies. Yeah, there's no one like that in this game. There is Patches, which... I mean, your mileage may vary. He doesn't really do... He's just kind of a jerk. He doesn't really do anything, to my understanding. He just kind of, like, kicks you off a bridge. So, if you think of that as, like, a killable offense, that might be an NPC. Okay. Oh, it's actually kind of worse. So, he actually imitates Siegward in the game. So Siegward falls down like a well. And I can't exactly remember how this goes, but I never killed him though. Okay. Well, there's a section of the game, depending on how much you follow through with it. Siegward will be found like in a well, and he'll be like, hey, can you like find my armor? And then you see him later, in like his armor set later in the Cathedral of the Deep, and it's Patches doing an imitation of him. And you can just fight him on site there and kill him. And then you get his, So if you're worried about killing him and not getting things he would normally sell in the store, you get his primordial ashes when you kill him, and you can give those. Patches has kicked me down 3 holes in 3 games. Yeah, it's kind of his MO. It's such a random character too that they kept to be like, that's a guy that's consistent across all like games. Okay, cool, we dodged it. Alright, take a sip. He should be over here. Okay, this is good. Okay, I understand where I was going wrong. Okay. Oh man, we are close. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo! There he goes. Down goes Aldrich. Take that. Is there equivalent to humanities in this game? Yeah, they're called embers.
The fire fades and awaits its one last reward. Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
Alright, now that the cutscene's over. Yes, so the equivalent of humanities in this game is Ember. So, oh, and just a quick note. So that teleportation that we just did, that's what I was telling you. We get teleported to this area, and this is where you would fight the Dancer of Boreal Valley. Excuse me? Dancer of Boreal Valley. However, I've already killed her, so it just teleports us to the bonfire. And yeah, so if you look in the upper left corner, you'll see that that hexagon next to where normally where your covenant would be, I just haven't declared a covenant for this run. It has like those smoldering embers. That means that I've effectively recovered my humanity in this game. And I'll show you what the item looks like in a second once I climb up this bridge. Yeah, so it looks like this. Consumable item. And yeah. So that's the parallel. Alright, so we got one Lord of Soul Cinder to go. We effectively, for the main game, have 2 bosses left. We have Prince Lothric, and then we also have the Soul of Cinder, which is the final boss. I already cleared out Dragonslayer Armor, who's up here. So all we have to do is go through the Grand Archives, and then we'll hook around, set a shortcut, and then that will enable us to get to the Prince Lothric boss fight really quickly. Oh, it actually... let me think about this. Oh, we're going to find more titanite chunks so I can get my club up to +10. I have spent way too much time playing this game. Which is why I decided to stream it. It's one of the few games that I've got like enough hours in that I feel like I have the muscle memory where I can like talk to someone while kind of playing it at the same time and be halfway competent. So these are the Grand Archives. So like I was saying, you can basically beat Dancer of Boreal Valley as early as... Actually, you can make Dancer of Boreal Valley your second boss fight, technically. All you would have to do is kill Emma, who gives you the banner that gets you down to the undead settlement, and that will trigger the boss fight at any time. But once you get up into Lothric Castle, and you fight Dragonslayer Armor, which is on that bridge back over there with the fountain. So once you beat him, you come to this, which is the Grand Archives. This will remain sealed to you until you beat Pontiff. I think it's just Pontiff. I don't think you technically have to beat Aldrich in order to access this. But then Black Hand Goddard, who helped me out during the Pontiff fight, he is dead, but we get the keys from him to go into the Grand Archives. We're going to just scale up through this and unlock some different shortcuts. And while we do it, we're going to get some titanite chunks and a titanite slab. And then that's what's going to get us our weapon to +10. And then we're going to go beat the snot out of Prince Lothric. Yeah, this is definitely a weird part of the game. Well, calling a part of a Dark Souls game. Is there poison in this game? There is. Yeah. And it's actually kind of funny, like, there are some bosses where you can stagger them. And then there's some bosses that are not just parryable, but also staggerable. And then there's equivalently some bosses that aren't for either. So for example, Dragonslayer Armor. He is staggerable, but not parryable. And then the Soul of Cinder, who is the last boss, he is neither... Well, I guess you can technically stagger him, but he's non-parryable as well. Let's see. And yeah, even with, like, common enemies, if they have a shield, you can break their poise just by hitting them enough times in succession. One small detail. So the reason I dipped my head into the candle wax, you'll notice if I get close to bookshelves at times, those hands will reach out. You are not affected by those. They cause damage, and I think they also do some other thing that I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't think it's curse. It's like something else. But if you put your head in the candle wax like I just did, you're immune to all that, and that makes it much easier to run by enemies in this section of the game. Because otherwise, you have to fight enemies who are kind of in your way in narrow hallways. And on top of that, you've got those dumb things reaching out of the bookshelves and lowering your health to boot. Alright, come here. Bonk. Alright, we're gonna go up here. This is gonna be the last titanite chunk I'm gonna need. Bang, done. Cool, we can get our club up to +9 now. So we enter into an interesting decision point. So right now I have kept the club that I've had since the beginning of the game. What I should probably do is get to another weapon that has a higher damage output in late game. And for that, we're going to need to go to the DLC area for Ariandel. There's an axe in there that has, like, the highest damage output for a raw weapon max 10 that can be wielded by a level 1 character. And I've done it in my other playthroughs where I'm going through, like, New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, and it's pretty banger. Like, it's a really good weapon. So I might switch to that soon. And yeah, we're just going to scale up the Grand Archives like what I'm doing here. Most of these enemies, you can just run by them. It's not really a problem. You might get hit once, but you can just tank it. Go over here. It's just easier getting rid of that guy, because he's going to spam, like, Soul Arrow at you and a couple of other spells. Oh, so in this game, undead bone shards are used to increase the amount of health you recover per use of Estus. So you get Estus shards that increase your amount of uses of Estus, and then you get undead bone shards that increase how effective they are each time you use it. That's why there's a +3 next to my Estus flask. So I can get it now to a +4. We're just going to run by this, or we're going to try to run by this. Yay. Oh, yeah. It's been a minute since I've played Dark Souls 2. I tried to 100% it a while ago, and the achievement that required, like, Basically, it needed a cup. Oh, yes, it's very rough, especially when you're trying to grind Covenant rewards offline, which is what I was trying to do for the Bellkeepers. And I think you need something like 100 victories to get what I wanted out of it. Oh, yeah. That was brutal. I do kind of miss the fact that I didn't ever get to play PvP on Dark Souls 2. Like, I got it way after the fact. But yeah, that's what everyone circles back to when they're like, oh my god, Dark Souls 2 is the best game ever because of this reason. And I'm like, well, dang, I'm never gonna get to experience that. Alright. Yeah, you can run by all these guys like I just showed. Dang it. Of course, right as I say that, I get backstabbed. But pretty much, there is... Even just the first area of DS3 is 100 times better than DS2. Yeah. That is definitely... Okay, so I personally agree with that. I never want to go back. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you look at... I mean, it's kind of an interesting developmental story. I need to look into it a little bit more. But I did all the bosses. Ah, nice. Yeah, the whole lore behind the fact that there was a From Software A team and B team, and I think the B team was like the American team, and they're the guys who did Dark Souls 2, whereas A team, which is the Japanese team, did 1 and 3. Yeah, and just the fact that they tried to change the core game mechanic. Yeah, no, Miyazaki, right. Yeah, I don't think he had much creative input in the second one. I need to double back and, like, recheck that, but I'm pretty certain that was, like, a thing. Because if you look at it, they changed so many core gameplay mechanics of it so that you had to use those gems in order to heal instead of using Estus flasks, and... yeah. I don't know. Probably my biggest complaint about DS2 is I feel like the bosses, for their design, they were like, huh... What if we had 3 bosses instead of 1? And they just did that, like, multiple times. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Okay. I can kind of see where you're coming from with that. Oh yeah, it definitely... DS2 does not feel like a sequel to the original Dark Souls. Like, whatsoever. Yeah. No, I do not miss the, oh god, what is that boss fight in DS2 where there's, like, 3 of them? And they basically all have shields that can basically just, like, spin and roll on the ground, and yeah. I was sick of that. Get my cursor back on the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's also really funny, like, looking through the lore books I have on my desk, like, they start talking about Dark Souls 3, and they even make, like, one hangs back with a bow to punish your Estus. Oh. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's so funny, though, in, like, the books that are going through the lore, they're just like, yeah, so Dark Souls 2 took a completely different creative direction from the other ones. Let's just kind of ignore that. Like, I think they only use one sentence, or they basically only reference one NPC in Dark Souls 2 that is actually... He makes a statement that's actually insanely relevant to the lore. So I don't know how much of the lore that you immediately know off the top of your head, but basically... You have 2 competing factions in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. You have the faction that is trying to keep relinking the bond, like the First Flame, and continue the Age of the Gods. And then you also have the other faction that's trying to push the world into the Age of Darkness. Well, it's kind of interesting because Dark Souls 1 and 3 only happen in the transition from the Age of Fire, which is the Age of the Gods, into the transition for the Age of Humanity or the Age of Darkness. But you don't really get an idea of if that's cyclical or not. Well, in Dark Souls 2, there's an NPC. His name starts with a V, but you basically, he's animated in stone, and you heal him from that. He comes out of that, and he's like, oh yeah, I've seen the cycle multiple times. And he basically describes that it's not just a one-way transaction, it's actually a cyclical thing. So the Age of Fire will eventually fade for the Age of Darkness to take over, and then in the Age of Darkness, there will just be a kindled fire that will start once again and reignite the Age of the Gods. And it, like, that's the only piece of lore they take from Dark Souls 2. Oh, yeah.
Oh dear.
I'll shut up for a minute.
Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Oh, with Wellward. Oh my god! Okay, that was sad, but yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Like, having to risk souls or having to spend time to get certain piece of... Oh no, it's not your fault. It's not your... That is totally on me. I was just coming out of the cutscene, I unmuted my mic, and I was like, I don't remember him beaming down that fast. And then as soon as I, like, look up, he just down slams and kills me, and I was like, oh, shit. It's not a problem. But yeah, no, I get what you're talking about. Like, having to find different pieces of armor or weapons or items that you have to read the descriptions to kind of vaguely piece together the lore. That's why there's different... What's nice is that there has been such a collection of lore and, like, such a concerted effort to kind of connect everything. I mean, there's a YouTube channel, VatiVidya. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he goes through, like, the lore of every single From Software game, at least within the Soulsborne universe. And he will hypothesize or try to connect lines on different events and how they're related, and it's pretty nice. If for whatever reason, like, I kind of have a hard time listening to him because I don't necessarily like his accent too well. That's a me problem. But there's books, like, there's so many things and resources now that you can use to get familiar with the lore. Okay, so for this guy, he basically does wide sweeping attacks. The optimal way to fight him is you are basically going to rotate into the direction of attack such that you can get to his back. Yep, like that. And basically you're doing that for the main reason is that, oh cool, we already staggered him. Ah, dang it, I missed it. Yeah, we're just gonna rotate clockwise, counterclockwise, and just keep hitting him. We're only gonna hit him once at a time. That's gonna be a good practice for a second phase. Come on, brother. What you got? Nope. Yeah, ideally, so I'm right now rolling in, like, with his attacks. Yeah, that's the correct way to do it. Whichever way he swings, you roll opposite of that. Like that, so that you can get to his back. That's the safest place to attack him. I need to back up and heal. Okay, he'll be in that sequence for a minute. There we go. Bang. Let's see what you got, brother. Boom. You can really roll with or against his attacks. It's just that if you want to, like, really make it so that he's not going to hit you, you try to counter roll so that you get to his back. That gives you more time to respond accordingly to all of his tells indicating what attack he's going to use. Because once you're at his back, you can tell what attack he's going to do from, like, a mile away. Alright. second phase time.
Oh, dear brother, I'm on my way. Brother, unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
Oh yeah, it's the cinematics are really beautiful. Yeah, I can still remember watching Dark Souls 2, and like, I was so unimpressed with how the grass was rendered that I immediately was like, oh no, I don't like how it looks. Okay. So the big thing here, you're just gonna walk backwards, keep your eye on the boss, and that'll basically insulate you away from all magic damage caused by those homing missiles. Now this is why you want to learn how to counter roll into his attacks, so that you can escape to the back and hit Prince Lothric. The boss fight ends when his health goes to 0. And with his current speed of it, okay, he's doing this again. Yeah, you can dodge all these homing missiles by literally just walking. Okay. We're just going to want to conserve stamina. We're going to go for the one hit, because Lorian in his second phase, he hits a lot faster. Nice. Come on. Okay, he's going to teleport. Sometimes he will telegraph what move he's going to do, other times he will not. So, for instance, he'll like raise his sword up for a diagonal slash, teleport, and he'll be in the same position. Other times it's a fake out. You just kind of have to take the chance. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go! Alright, what you got, Lorian? Escape to the back! Oh! Oh, dang! I saw it too late. Yeah, that's why you have to be kind of picky with your shots, because... Yeah, you have to be picky, because sometimes when he's in his second phase and he does that sweeping slash, he will either do it as a one-off, or he'll immediately chain into another attack. So you have to be a little delayed when you're... Excuse me. Whenever you're attacking him, or when you're about to attack him, you have to be a little bit delayed to see if he's going for the tell. I just messed up, but... Yeah. Pretty much the big lesson from this is manage your stamina and don't get greedy. Because the minute you try to get a couple more attacks in than you probably should, you're going to get punished hard and you're just going to die. Especially if you're running like a level 1 build like I am. Alright, I got this guy's number. And actually, I could... I'm probably going to do this one more time, and then I'm just going to go upgrade my club so I have an even higher rate of output. Alright, come on, boy. Come on. Nice. I could probably be a bit more aggressive here. Like right now I'm being very picky with my shot selection, but I don't know. I think it's just kind of a good frame of mind to be in when I go into the second phase. Alright, cool, we got the crit. Let's see. What I mean is 20... Yes. so that will make a difference. The equipment load percentage will determine whether or not you are fast rolling like I am, or if you end up in more of a regular roll or a fat man roll. I think you start doing fat man roll with equipment loads over 50%. I forget the boundary for more nimble, faster ones. I think it's 20%, but I'd have to check that. But that's why I go with so minimal armor, is because I want to be able to very nimbly dodge. Oh no, I messed that up. Oh, dang it.
Marks are great, but you may
That's
rest
fine.
here too.
I got out of rhythm. Yeah, because I think my current equipment load is like... Let me check. Oh, it tells me in equipment. 36%. Yeah. And probably I could drop the pants and I could probably get that even lower. It is very rhythmic in the sense that the way that I fight him is I'm constantly counter-punching him, so I kind of have to flow with him. And what's more so, he attacks so many times in succession that I need to not block at all. This is like a... On the very rare occasion, blocking is advantageous to you, but for the most part, it's very much like you want to not get hit. Because if he hits you in the middle of a combo and he staggers you, he is fast enough that he's going to hit you before you have time to recover and roll out of the way. So it's basically insta-death. It's actually better to take the hit and not have your poise broken versus block it, get your poise broken, and then get finished off by the secondary strike. But yeah, just like a slight misalignment in delay in timing, it will mess you up. And there's all sorts of like small little tells, like it's kind of difficult to like articulate, but just like how he kind of even initially starts waving his arms, you can get a pretty good idea of what attack he's going to do and what the consequences are. Yeah, that was one of the rare times where blocking actually does work out, when he does that downward slash. Because usually his follow-up to that takes enough time that I can recover. I'm not going to get to it in time. I'm going to back up. Okay. How very polite of him to wait for me to heal. Oh! Ah!
Marks are great, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Yeah, that's typically why... So I typically like playing soul level 1 builds because it forces you to basically move with the movements of the boss, and it feels, at least to me, much more satisfying. I have tried a couple different, like, miracle spellcaster builds, and I don't really particularly like it. It's not really for me. I think the only time I've ever really committed to that kind of a build was when I was playing Elden Ring, and oh my goodness, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's like this magic move that creates like this jet stream of magic, and it was super overpowered for the longest time. So you could literally just point your wand at something, and it would just like shoot out this beam of stardust or whatever, and just melt bosses left and right. That's the only time I've ever really been like, oh, this is kind of cool, but it makes the game too easy. And I'm pretty certain they nerfed it. Alright, let's see what you got. Fighting him on the stairs is a little bit of a risky endeavor, so positioning in this is kind of important, but not super important. Basically, if he goes for a downward slash and you're on the stairs, your instincts would be correct to roll into his attacking arm and try to get to his hip. But the problem is, because you're elevated because of the stairs, you become hittable. So that's why I typically try to draw him away from the stairs so that I'm not constantly rotating around it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang.
Marks are great, but you may rest here too.
Yeah, that downward slam. It kind of depends. There are some times where I get away with it, and I'll take it, I'll absorb the hit, and then I can actually roll out of it in time. But other times, he just moves too fast. Yes. Getting poise broken is kind of annoying. Sometimes you luck out, most times you don't. So just in general, like, you really got to train yourself to just dodge roll at every opportunity. Oh man. What's also fun about this boss is when he teleports, he creates like a column of light where he was and where he's going to be. Sometimes he will teleport directly behind himself. So in front of you will be a column of light, and he'll be attacking you, and you can't see him. You can only, like, see the vague edges of what he's doing, and you have to guess, like, where to dodge and what to do. It's a very satisfying boss fight. I really like this one. Oh yeah, and he can teleport behind you too, and that gets annoying. Again! Is there an optimal first-time boss order? Like in DS1, you have to do the DLC. You have to do the DLC before Gwyn, or it goes straight to New Game Plus. Optimal. Let me think. So... I would definitely say that... Okay. So let's think of the DLCs that are available to you. I would say, and there's a reason for the placement of this too. So, actually, you know what? Let's take a, like, DLC after Pontiff. Yeah. So you can actually access the DLC in 2 locations. So there's, to my remembrance, I think there's only 2. The 2 main ones I'm thinking of. You've got Ariandel, which is accessible after... Actually is accessible even before the Deacons of the Deep fight. You might not know what that is, but that's like a boss fight that happens in the first half of the game. And that one you could arguably do whenever. There is another DLC, the Ringed City, which is only accessible after you basically beat the main game and get to the very last boss. So when you get to the world where the Soul of Cinder boss fight is, you're in a world that is like warped and twisted and just like at a convergence of a major event. Well, so you can access the Ringed City DLC there, and that DLC, in my opinion, is very difficult. You should not go into that DLC unless you are very... There's a reason they put it at the end of the game. There is a lot of boss fights in there that are very difficult. Especially the ending guy, which, oh my goodness, his name escapes me at the minute. I got like 3 seconds. Let me check and let me get a DS3 boss list up for you. So, DS3 bosses. Yeah, let me just make sure I get all the names here. Okay, yeah, I'm remembering this all now that I'm going through, like, looking through the names. Oh, okay. Rather not get wrecked early by accident. No. So, what I typically do is I follow the progression path of getting to the next resource that allows me to upgrade my weapon the fastest. And when I'm doing soul level 1 runs, basically what you do, your first couple boss fights are going to be... I can do some stuff in the background while I talk about this. Basically, your first couple boss fights are going to be Vort. You have... Let me think about that. No, so you get Index Gundyr. That gets you to the bonfire. He's the first one. You just have to do him regardless. Then you go to Vort. And then you get to a fork in the road. So you can either go and pursue the Abyss Watchers, or you can pursue the Deacons in the Deep. You have to do both of them. They're both requisite to get to different Lords of Cinder. Basically, by going to the Abyss Watchers, that's how you get to Irithyll, where Pontiff is. And even to access that area, you have to go to Deacons of the Deep, kill them, in order to get a charm that allows you to enter Irithyll. So you have to do both of them. But the ashes that allow you to buy the first tier of resources, the titanite shards, that get you to +3, those are found next to the Abyss Watchers. So at that fork in the road, I would highly suggest that you go beat the Abyss Watchers, do that, upgrade your weapon sufficiently, and then after that, let me think about this for a second. Nice, definitely doing that route. Yeah, do that, get those ashes, upgrade that weapon, go to Deacons of the Deep, kill them, and now that you've already beat the Abyss Watchers, all you have to do is go through High Lord Wolnir, and then that's the only boss between you and Irithyll. You'll be able to enter Irithyll. You go throughout there, and... sorry, I skipped a step. So, once you get done with the Abyss Watchers, what you could also do is you won't get the ashes to buy large titanite chunks. Sorry, it just occurred to me that Andre hammering could be a little annoying. So let me reinforce my weapon and we'll go do something. And of course, I have 0 souls, so... One moment. Yeah. Sorry, Andre, I'm kind of in a rush. Okay. Just gonna use this real quick.
Just what?
Alright. Yep, and now we just need a titanite slab, but... we're not gonna do that.
Pretty be careful.
And then, actually, let's just make sure I don't have any Estus shard. Okay, so I can't further reinforce that. Okay, so back to what I was saying. You go to the Abyss Watchers. You go into the undead. I forget what it's called, but it's the area right before the Abyss Watchers. That'll have the ashes for getting the titanite shards. Then what you'll do is you'll go, and there's actually a destructible bridge in the Catacombs of Carthus, which are right after the Abyss Watchers boss fight. It's pretty... you'll understand it when you see it. It's basically a rope bridge that when you hit it, it will destroy itself. It actually becomes a ladder that will take you into the Boiling Lakes area. There's a couple boss fights down there. There's a couple things you can do, but more prevalently, there's a lot of large titanite shards down there. And what you can do is you can actually go down there. You have to look up how to do this, but you basically circle around the entire lake. You disable the crossbow, because there's a giant crossbow that is shooting arrows at you all over that area of the map. They're easy enough to dodge, but they're kind of annoying and prevent you from getting to items very easily throughout the lake bed. You disable the crossbow, you'll go down into the lake bed, you'll get the large titanite shards, you'll have enough to get your weapon, and you're only going to upgrade one weapon, so keep that in mind if you're going to go with this route, because there's only going to be so many large titanite shards available. You're going to go into the lake bed, get enough large titanite shards to upgrade your weapon to +5 or +6, and then from there you need titanite chunks. So that is when you would go fight Dancer of Boreal Valley, and then what you would also do after her immediately, there's an optional area for Ocerios the Consumed King. This is totally possible. You could theoretically, kill him, get the gesture to get to Archdragon Peak, get the ashes that allow you to get titanite chunks. You can get a +9 weapon, hypothetically, before you ever fight Deacons of the Deep or Pontiff, and you will just start rolling through bosses up until endgame. But keep in mind, that does require a certain amount of skill, because you're going to basically have to take on Dancer of Boreal Valley early, and that is not an easy thing to do necessarily. That is considered one of the harder bosses in the entire game. It's not the hardest, but it's one of the harder ones. Okay, so let's go look at the DLC area since I need to go run a errand over there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to prep my weapon for endgame. We're going to talk to this nice old man, Gale.
Mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own. Please bear
Oh yeah.
witness to our
Trust me, if you play the game
fire
in the sequential boss order and only use the resources available to you, it is much harder. But there are shortcuts that can get you an edge so that you're not just getting curb stomped constantly. Alright, Gale, that's enough. I want to go to the world.
You've the same scent than human. Now, my lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek.
Alright. We're going to access the DLC area.
Thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it. The ashes were too.
Yeah, that's a that's a very fun transition scene. It's shoot. Game crashed. One moment. Let's get this back up. No, it's not too common. It just crashes, like, every now and again it'll crash, but it's not like a super reoccurring issue. And the people at home got to see a fun glimpse of my wallpaper, so whatever. But yeah, no, like, just to give you an example, I literally was streaming this for, not on Twitch, but to some personal friends for like 15 hours straight yesterday, and I didn't have any issues. You don't need any mods for it. You don't need anything to fix it. It's not like Fallout New Vegas, where you're constantly, like, having the game crash because you just walked into a wall. Alright, cool. So yeah, this is pretty much an analog to the Painted World in DS1. I'm playing the PS4 version on a PS5. Is there a big difference from PC? be completely honest, I don't immediately know. I don't know, like, how things like rendering or frame rate are going to be impacted. I would probably say that the game is going to look a little better on my setup since I'm using a gaming PC that has specialized hardware. Well, it's not really that specialized, but I have like a 1080 Ti GPU. I don't know how familiar you are with like graphics cards or anything, but that's still a pretty competitive graphics card, and I don't think consoles typically have that kind of ability to basically render the graphics that well in real time. So, but it should still look fine. I don't think you should be disappointed or have any like huge issues playing a console version. And especially if you're playing on a PS5, I think the hardware should be good. Oh, okay, yeah. You should be fine then. It's actually really funny. There are some games that are not playable on PC anymore, or they are, but basically, so this is an older game. When you played like Dead Space, that game, and even Dead Space 2, I think, they were meant to be run on console at 30 FPS. So when gaming computers got a hold of them, oh boy, we got a lot of people. Ah! Crap. But anyway, so like, I think it's more prevalent in Dead Space, the original one, but that game was only meant to be run at 30 FPS. So when it released onto Steam and people could get it and their PCs got a hold of it and were trying to run it at like 60 FPS, it would cause the game to like warp and break in like very hilarious ways. If you ever go look at like, I'm pretty certain Oni Plays, that YouTube channel from Chris O'Neill, he has a video where he plays Dead Space and that exact issue happens. And it's just really hilarious because you'll see like all the textures of like bodies that are supposed to be in body bags just like glitching out and like really warping and everything. It's kind of cool, but circling back, yeah, you should be fine. Playing on PS5, I'm sure you're going to get really good quality and it's not going to be a big issue. Oh gosh dang it. Oh, that's interesting. Resident Evil. I haven't played too much of those, so I know it can make a difference sometimes. Oh yeah. Well, oh goodness, what game was it? It might have been Dark Souls 2? Man, I'm trying to remember. There was one of the Soulsborne games, they made FPS linked to your weapon's durability. So, when you play it at 30 FPS, it plays as intended and your weapons degrade at a normal rate. When you play at a higher FPS, it degrades your weapons twice as fast. Okay, cool. That was that one. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to get. I'm pretty certain I mentioned it previously, but there is an axe in this area at the top of that tower that has ridiculous physical damage output, and I'm gonna get that weapon because it's gonna basically be the one I'm gonna max out for endgame. The issue is that all these enemies aggro on me. Okay, good. He's already down on the stairs. That's very helpful. Come on. Oh, get up the stairs, get up the stairs! Oh, thank God. Okay. Yes. So just to give you, like, context, this weapon, so the club maxed level out at +10, this axe is already comparable, if not slightly better than it, at, like, +8. Because I think like the max damage of a +10 club raw is something on the order of like 320 damage. And this axe fully upgraded is somewhere in the range of like 350, 360. And when I'm playing SL1, like, I want every single advantage I can get. And And it's right over there. Cool. We got this pretty quickly first try. The Millwood Battle Axe. Hell yes. Alright. I did not go get the... Okay. Actually, this is a good point. So, what we can do... If I don't get killed first... Okay. So, I already have the ashes that allow me to buy titanite shards. I'm going to show you where the ashes are to buy the large titanite shards. And then, ultimately, I think this will be a good point to circle back to Ocerios, kill him, and go get the ashes that are needed for titanite chunks. Alright. So, the ashes to make large titanite shards purchasable are right after Pontiff. I just didn't get them. I just ran up to Aldrich. I didn't think to grab them on the way up there. All right. And this is going to be the fun part, because this is going to be the section of the map where there's just like a ton of archers constantly shooting arrows down at you. Very analogous to Dark Souls 1 when you're originally scaling Anor Londo. But thankfully it's not too bad. Like with everything, thankfully they didn't put a Black Knight on the edge of a railing like they did in DS1. Yeah, the archers were brutal, and what's even worse is you couldn't even run by them. At least in this one, they make it so you can run by them. Just gonna conveniently dodge all of these. Uh-oh. Ah, dang, he really did kill me. I had to get a bow and take them out one by one. I'm pretty certain I did that at 1.2. I am, like, extremely certain I did that at one point. Because you had to get the, I forget the name of it. It's like, I think it was like Dragonslayer bow or something. And it was the only one that could fire, like, heavy arrows. And I think the arrows that you needed for that, like, were only purchasable in, like, the DLC area from the one giant who was an archer who used to serve under Gwyn. I think he sells you the arrows or something to that effect. But it's been so long. I could be totally wrong on that. No, I got some time. Might as well take these guys out. First, not have all these fireballs. Guy. Oh, he's got his little buddy. Oh! Dang it. Yeah, he helps down the dragon. Yes. Oh, man. I think that was probably one of the toughest boss fights, I think, in DS1 was that dragon. I'm trying to remember his name. It starts with, like, a K. I'll look it up real quick. DS1 bosses. I want to say it's like... Okay, he should be at like the very end. What the heck is this dude? For King. Okay, this is regular. Okay, that's great. Where's the... Yeah, super tough. Moved really fast for a large boss. Oh, yeah. Like, I think in order to beat him, I had to be in, like, a gank. I know his name starts with a K. Calamite. Thank you. I was just... Man. Yeah, exactly. I think I had to get, like, I think I had to summon, like, 2 people to help me kill him. Because I also wanted the swords you could get by cutting off his tail. Yeah, that boss fight took forever because he had a crap ton of health and he was very fast. And if I remember correctly, he had large AoE damage too with some of his fire attacks. Yeah, he was not one to be trifled with. Let's go do this a bit more traditionally. Yeah. So if I remember correctly, so there were 3 different enemies you could do that to. The Bell Tower Gargoyles, Priscilla, and I'm pretty certain Paladin. I think those are the only ones that you could cut the tail off and get a weapon. Guy. These guys look so scary. Oh my god, I forgot the fireballs have like a slight homing mechanic. I can go fight those guys without any distractions. I think actually... Can I like... Oh, I forgot that once you trigger one of them, it triggers both of them. I can't just fight them one-on-one. So annoying. But that's fine. You're getting punished for that one. Oh no! Dang it. Priscilla was a sad fight, same with Sif. Yeah. Yeah, no, Priscilla, I probably felt more in the feels with Sif, but Priscilla was definitely also a sad fight. Because realistically, the only reason that she was ever condemned to the Painted World is just because she was a half-dragon crossbreed who just happened to have a power that would be able to fell the gods. And then they were afraid of her, so they were like, well, get rid of her, throw her in the Painted World. And that, yeah, that was really sad. And she was so nice, too. Damn shame. Although I didn't know about this more until recently. I guess when Artorias was getting absorbed by the Abyss, his last act before it told... Yeah, she got no beef, and then I stabbed her. Yeah. Because I think you have to kill her in order to get the Life Hunter Scythe or whatever. And that's linked to like an achievement, I think, to get like all the weapons. Or like all the boss-related weapons. I don't remember if you have the option to just walk by her and walk out of the world on your own volition. It's been too long. That's actually probably not a bad idea. I might go back through Dark Souls 1 at one point just to replay it. There's a couple mods I could probably... You do. There's a couple mods I can put on it so that it's a little bit better. Like, for instance, there's a mod for bonfires where, if I remember correctly from DS1, you can't teleport between bonfires until you get the Lord Vessel, which is right after you beat Ornstein and Snow. So you just constantly have to backtrack and, like, take a long way around if you need to get anything done. There's a mod out there that will actually just take care of that for you. So you can just immediately start. It's like Dark Souls 3. You can immediately start. Yeah, that's correct. A lot of walking. Yeah, there's a mod that basically corrects that, so that every bonfire you run into, you can just teleport instantaneously. What's even funnier is, if I remember correctly, Dark Souls 1, you can't even, like, teleport to all of the bonfires. Like, there's some of them that are exempt. Oh, here he goes. Oh, did I just trigger him? Well. Oh, man. I'd rather fight these guys in open space. Oh, there's his brother. Okay, cool. One down. What's up, brother? Yeah, your other guy can't save you now. I'm just gonna hit you with the big bonk. Yeah, it's a random assortment available. Although it's really funny, when you, like, boot up Dark Souls 1 Remastered on Steam, it will, like, flash a page at you. The first thing it does is say, if you modify this, you are liable to be banned. But there's easy ways to get around that. You just have to make sure that your game boots up in offline mode, and then you can do all kinds of mods and stuff. One of them that I thought, look, God, coming from DS2, all the animation in this looks so smooth. Dude, it's so beautiful. Like, this game came out, I want to say 8 years ago, and it still holds up so well, at least to me. That's what I get for being greedy. I was like, why not? I can kill it, whatever, while I'm here. Kill a giant. Then he just gets stomped on. Oh, right. We have a mission here. We need to go get those ashes. This definitely looks incredible even by today. Dude, I know. Even visuals aside, there's a reason I've put like 500 plus hours into this game. It's just so nice. And the replayability is nice. There's so many like small little nuanced details you can pick up on every playthrough. Like if you really stick with it and just kind of like keep trying to explore it and understand aspects of the lore and where it's referenced in the game, it's just such a nice experience. That's why it's a little sad every now and again when I hear people like talk about kind of the community kind of shunning them away from these games, like the whole get good thing. I'm like, oh come on, it's worth a chance. Like, you just gotta stick with it. But you know, different strokes for different folks. So the ashes are just down here. Just got to make sure we avoid all these arrows. And right here. Yeah, you've been good. Yeah, man, I don't know. I enjoy this game, and I want other people to enjoy this game. And just kind of gatekeeping it with a shitty attitude I don't find to be the most constructive use of my time, and also I just don't like doing it. Plus it also pisses me off too. Like Alright, so now we have the ashes. I really didn't need to go through that, but why not? So I can talk about this. So there are actually, let me think about this. 1, 2, I think there's 3 endings in Dark Souls 3. That's why I lost. Oh. And no one answered the question. Oh. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. So, real quick. Actually, that was a very interesting reference, because that brass armor set is related to one of the knights that served directly under Lord Gwyn when they went to go look for Ulasile. But that's beside the point. This room, it becomes prevalent when you pursue the 3rd ending of the game. So there's 2 main ones. You either rekindle the bonfire, or you let it fall into the Age of Darkness. There's actually I guess it's technically a secret, but not really. There's a 3rd ending that is the most complicated one to get. Like, you have to interact with a lot of NPCs in a very specific order, and then you'll go into that room, and that's where they perform a certain ritual that will then unlock the 3rd ending for you. So, just an FYI. Yeah, we're going to use Bone Shard real quick. Or Homewood. Let's see. Okay, so we got the souls. We have the ashes. Give them to her. I think I bought
how
like
may I
30
be of
titanite shards.
service?
Does one offer an additional boss fight? So it doesn't offer an additional boss fight, but to get one of this, so okay, the default ending you're gonna get is you're gonna relink the bonfire. Now it's not the same as in. I'm pretty certain I'm correct in saying this. It's not the same as in Dark Souls 1, where when you leave the kiln, it just automatically defaults to the other ending where you let the world plunge into the Age of Darkness. For this game, in order to let the Age of Darkness come about, you actually have to go to the Untended Graves, which has an additional boss fight. Well, technically it has two. You have to go through Ocerios, and then you have to go through Champion Gundyr, who is a faster, stronger version of the very first boss fight you fought. And once you go into there are the Firewatcher, or I think it's the Firekeeper Eyes. It's an item that you need to unlock the Age of Darkness ending at the very end. So it doesn't offer an additional boss fight, but to get the second ending, you have to fight more bosses, which minimum is 2. So 2 additional ones. And then for the third one, I have to think about that slightly. I think you can actually get that ending. I have to recheck this, but I think you can get that ending without having to do additional boss fights. That one you just have to be careful about which NPC you talk to and when. And there's also some things that need to happen before you kill Pontiff.
Gracious, passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow
The
nourishment.
more bosses, the better. Yeah, man.
I only hope these new Gracious,
Yeah, I have fought every single boss on this and beaten it one-on-one at least once. And just from my experience, the last boss fight in the Ringed City DLC is probably the hardest. There's 2 bosses in the Ringed City DLC who are very hard. One of them is a dragon that I basically had to cheese it with poison in order to kill it. I don't like freely admitting that, but that boss fight is insanely tough. And then there is Silver Knight Gale, and that guy is tough as shit. That guy, you're probably, if you want to do it straight up, one-on-one, you're probably going to need to at least be level 100 to try and fight him. If I had to just put some numbers to it. Alright. Let's see. So actually, first I'm going to buff...
What?
I should have enough to just start... Yeah. 39 titanite shards. Okay, yeah, I've got more than enough. Easy enough. Oh, we even have a couple, like a pretty good amount. Ah, okay.
Prithee, be careful.
That's fair. Yeah, no, the only reason I referred to it as cheese is normally,
How may I
I'm
do
like a pretty
service?
hardcore, like I want to fight them one-on-one with a melee weapon. But that boss fight is so ridiculous, I was like, you know what, I'll bend the knee. I'll go to some magic. I'll think of something else, like anything to just try and beat this guy. Oh wow, these are cheaper than I thought. Okay. That's so funny, I can buy a titanite scale, but I can't buy the titanite chunks yet.
Ashen one.
Just wasn't it?
Alright, let's reinforce this guy up even more. Actually, we should have a raw gem, so we can infuse it real quick. Except I don't have enough souls. Crap.
Prithee, be careful.
Yeah, prithee, be careful. I reach for my pine resin and anything else I can find. Oh yeah. No, I totally get that. There was a couple of attempts I had where I was getting filtered out pretty hard by Pontiff, and I finally bent the knee, and I was like, fine, I'll use pale pine resin, I'll use whatever I can. Like, I'm getting pissed off now. Alright. Whoops. We're gonna do that, we're gonna do that. Alright. That should be more than enough.
What?
Force it. Well, actually, we don't need to reinforce it at the minute. We need to infuse it. Get it to raw. Okay. Then we're going to back out. We're going to buy a couple more large titanites. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, to some extent, I'm a bit psychotic because I like playing the level 1 playthroughs, and honestly, I'm even considering at one point trying to do a no-hit run.
Be sure.
But that is going to take a lot of practice.
What neat.
I don't know how familiar you are with a no-hit run, but basically you have to go the entire game. Yeah, this is hardcore by my stand. Dude, there's hardcore levels, or like orders of magnitude even higher than this. I can't even imagine a no-hit. Dude, there are... Okay, so in terms of difficulty in ascending order, I would probably say beating the base game by any means necessary is probably like at the bottom. The next hardest is doing a soul level 1 challenge, where you just restrict yourself to level 1 and nothing else. The next one above that is a no-hit, where you have to go the entire game without getting hit once, and you can't even block. And in certain... Depending on which category or what site you're using, you can't even take environmental damage. And then the one above that is a soul level 1 no-hit challenge. And from the fandom site that I was on that keeps track of these like Dark Souls community challenges, only 4 people have ever successfully done the soul level 1 no-hit challenge. And I'm like, yeah, for good reason. That would be literally insane. Oh, yeah. The minute you think, like,
Be careful.
surely no one's gonna try and make the game even that much harder for themselves, it's like, no. People have figured out ways to make this game, like, insanely difficult by any stretch of imagination. Alright, so we fully upgraded that. Let's go pay a visit back to... Let's go fight Ocerios. Go whoop up on him for a little bit. Because I really do want to get to Archdragon Peak. Because there's some good boss fights there to show you. And I would like to get the ashes to buy the titanite chunks. Because then I already have access to a titanite slab. So that is the last piece we need to get to plus 10. So literally only Ocerios is standing in my way between getting that Millwood Great Axe up to plus 10 and then just wrecking everything. Or at the very least having a very good chance of wrecking things. Alright. Let's go give this a couple tries. Yeah, this boss fight isn't what I would consider necessarily difficult, but his hitboxes are really annoying. For example, basically, you'll see this when we're fighting Ocerios. When you get him into his second phase, he goes on all fours, and it becomes annoying because it's optimal to stay under him, but if your head is even like remotely next to his knee and he moves at all, it's like instant death. And it's super annoying. Alright. Let's kill this guy. It is a little annoying, but the thing is, once you know that one specific detail about his second phase, he's not nearly as frustrating as he usually is. Oh wow, I hate that hit.
Where have you gone?
Okay,
Are you hiding?
you're still alive.
Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
You should be getting pretty close to triggering the second phase. Probably just a handful of more hits. There we go. Okay, time to wail on this dude. Okay, guarding. Alright, he's gonna charge. Oh, okay, fine. Now he should charge. There he goes. Yep. Alright, come on, brother. Oh! That's good, that's fine. Heal up. Yeah, ideally we're looking to get behind him. Stay away from his knees. Get a couple hits in while we can. Oh god. Heal up. Crystal lizard in the tutorial. Yeah, I could see it. Oh god, okay, we're on Estes. Alright. We got hope and a dream. Let's make it work. I would love it if I could stagger him, but I don't know if I can get that many. Oh! I say that and then I do it. Pandemonium in here. Come on. Oh my god. This guy is so annoying. Create enough space. I would honestly consider using a humanity or like an ember right now, but he's just going to keep chipping away at my health. I don't think I can withstand it much longer. Ah, dang it. I mistimed the roll. Whew. Well, okay, so I know why. Let me think about this. Maybe it's just the ice breathing. So I have a ring on that, it's called the Lloyd's shield ring, or it's the Lloyd's sword ring, can't remember. But it basically buffs my attack as long as I have perfect health. So that's why I was misusing it kind of in the beginning, in order to... I kept using too many Estus flasks to keep buffing my strength when it probably wasn't necessary. So, more you know, basic mistake. I'll probably just crush an ember right before I go fight him, and then, yeah. Like I said, he's not difficult. You just gotta know, like, where his hitboxes are. Because, like, if you kind of notice, whenever I got close to him and I was kind of under him while hitting him, occasionally he would just like dart really fast to the other side of the room and I would take like the hit on my shield. That's where you can run into issues where he'll just like kill you super quick. But as long as we know that, there's an additional trick you can do where you basically unlock. So if you have the camera locked onto him, it follows his like center of gravity, his midsection. What you do is when you're by his legs, you disengage that, and then you basically run between his legs because nothing is constraining you anymore, like your field of view. That'll get you behind him, and you'll be much safer after you roll through his legs versus be down there. Let's just crush him. Oh. Yeah, alright. Let's go, brother.
Dear little Oceiros, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you
Yeah, he's
possibly
about to use his ice. What's nice about his model is it's so big you can hit him like multiple places. Like you don't have to hit his legs or his body, you can hit like his tail. And it's so long, like it's still about, oh, there he goes, second phase. Just gotta get our hits in as much as we can. Okay, cool, we crippled him. Alright, let's go. Oh my god! I mistimed that. Yeah, no, I thought I could get an extra hit in on his face before he went to his next attack. Unfortunately for me, he chose to do his quick sprint, and it just, like, hit me when I wasn't ready. I was mid-attack. But yeah, no, we got this. Now that my weapon's, like, +9, like, I think we're solid. Or no, I think it's still +8. Or no, it's +9, because I got all the titanite chunks in the Grand Archives. My second biggest enemy in all of Dark Souls is just the environment stopping me from rolling where I need to roll. Alright. Another ember real quick. Nah, that's a bad misuse of stamina.
Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons.
I'm kind of expecting him to stagger more often, but he's not doing what I expect. Oh no, crap. Dang it! I was too busy locked into an attack animation, I couldn't dodge in time. Yeah, his jump is a little weird, but thankfully it's pretty consistent. Like, he'll just go up, kind of float up a little bit, and then he'll slam down. So it's not like an immediate jump up, jump down. It's like got a little bit of a delay on it, so you have to like wait for like a second or two, then roll to dodge it. But thankfully it's pretty predictable. Yeah. Alright. Come on. The walk of shame. Having to go back to this elevator and beat up these guys every single time. Alright. Yes, the run back. Yeah. Single greatest part of any Dark Souls Bloodborne experience. Running back to a boss after you absolutely get your shit kicked in. And I don't really care too much about embers, but... You also have to be a little careful with this because those knights, they occasionally can attack through the fog wall. So you'll go through the fog wall and be like, haha, I'm safe. And then a giant sword will come down through the door and kill you. Yeah, whenever he goes for that, I just go for his tail. Anytime he does the tail and into, like, anytime I roll into his tail whip and attack him. See, his stagger is so weird. I don't know what. Uh-oh. Ah, dang it, I mistimed it. I swear the run back is the essential part of the experience. Yeah, no, it is. I'm trying to think. There are some boss fights in this that have a pretty long run back. Like Prince Lothric. In order to get to his boss fight, you have to run from the Dragonslayer Armor bonfire up an elevator that takes a minute. And then the Dragonslayer Armor itself, that run back is also pretty long because of just how long the elevator ride is. I swear, I think the elevator ride is like 10 seconds one way. And then this one's also pretty notable, I would say. Oh yeah, and just FYI, anytime you... I think this is the same for, like, all the games, but you get iframes whenever you're moving a switch or opening a door. So there's some strategic parts in DS3 where that's actually, like, pretty convenient. Especially when you're running around the the cathedral in the deep. There's a section where they have like these enemies that basically ignite and self-run at you to detonate. And what's nice about it is there's like 4 of them near this door. But if you start opening the door, you're invincible, but they still are like aggroed onto you, and they all just like fall on top of each other at the same time and explode and kill each other. Yeah, this guy's annoying because his reach is so long. Like, he's not the hardest. Yeah, he'll... Oh, okay. So he didn't go for the backhand. Okay. Alright, cool. He's going into second phase. Just unload on this dude. Oh. Oh my god. Dang it. So normally, it's actually kind of nice when he does that spinning attack. I'll try to show it more next time. You can actually get away with not rolling with it if you're within like a kind of a sliver radius away from his legs, like kind of more under him. You can actually just not take a hit. So you're allowed to, like, while he's doing a spin, you could theoretically keep hitting him. The problem is once he comes out of that spin, as we just saw, he's kind of loaded up to be able to do like a sprint move, which will automatically kill me if I don't have my defense up. So that was on me. I thought I could get an extra hit in, but yeah, his moveset, he just shifted to the attack sequence that would just annihilate me. Do you know the kind of buff you get from charging strong attack? For the club, it's Warcry. So this thing, or yeah. And basically what it does is it applies additional damage for every consecutive attack. I also have the Right Eye of Pontiff, which does the same thing. I actually don't know if all of those things will stack. If they do, that's awesome. I tend to think things do stack, but I haven't delved into the game mechanics well enough to know like what stacks and what doesn't. Let's just get through this door. But do that one more time. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo, thank God. I'm right out of his range.
Where have you gone?
Oh, he's coming through ice. Get his tail.
Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Oh my God, why did you go for the kick? Oh boy. Ah, dang it, I can't even get my free hit. Oh, there we go. Get my free hits in. Okay, we're gonna go off the grid here. Oh wow, I can even hit him from that angle? Okay, he's recentered. Oh boy. This is actually kind of, wow. Okay, he's glitching through. Uh-oh. Oh my God. This is pandemonium. This is actually weirdly kind of working out though. Okay, cool. We staggered him. Get some free hits in. Up. Up. Oh, no! I knew it was coming. Damn it. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so basically, what I did there that was actually pretty successful. I stopped auto-locking the camera, and I just used my manual camera to look at him and just walked forward. Because with the auto-lock on the camera, a bad thing that tends to happen is that you will lock eyes onto his midsection. So when you're underneath him, it'll kind of spin you around. And there are times where, like, that camera angle change will cause you to turn around so that your shield isn't facing his knees. And then he'll do an attack and just crush you. Oh, ah, dang it. Yeah, man. I'm planning to pretty consistently stream on Sundays. Might open up another day during the week, but still TBD. But yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by. It was great talking to you. All right. Oh my goodness. All right. It's time to lock in. I should have been locking in much sooner than this, but now I really mean it. That was mistimed.
Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid.
Dang it.
You are a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Alright, let's keep going and see what we can do here. Do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba. Oh, did he die? Oh, yeah, he's totally dead. And it's really funny, too, because he'll, like, glitch through the roof of the elevator. That's so silly. Alright, I probably got a couple more tries at this in me. And then we're getting close to 6 hours, so I'll probably break for stream. Or break, yeah, I'll break this, end the stream there. I'm hoping to go out on a win, though. Let's see if we can do it. I just feel like it's so close. Like, it's just the positioning of him. Like, sometimes he goes into a corner and he does the ice magic or the frost magic, and I'm like, well, I can't get behind you to take advantage. But if he's in open space, this guy is mine. Uh-oh. Oh, man.
Where have you gone?
Oh, crap!
Hiding from
Holy
me?
Wow! When in doubt, I can block it. I did not know that. Alright, come on.
Child of dragons, what could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot.
Uh-oh. Ah!
Ocelot.
Oh my god. Again with the frost magic? Learn some new tricks, Grandpa. See, this is what magic does to you. This, like, fully supports my thought that bosses, that magic is unhealthy for you, and that it's just generally bad. I gotta be careful not to use too much of this Estus. Oh, here we go. Let's go. I'll take the hit. I don't care. Come on, brother. Ocerios. Let's see what you got. Oh my god. Okay, he's showing me what... Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh no! Dang it. Whew. Alright, gang. I think my energy is a little bit spent for now. But, you know, we got some good boss fights in. We killed Dancer of Boreal Valley. We killed Pontiff, Aldrich, and Dragonslayer Armor. All pretty good fights. We got really close to killing Lothric and Lorian. Shouldn't be too bad. We also killed the cursed Greatwood. I think it's like cursed rotted Greatwood or something like that. But anyway, yeah. So we got a good couple of bosses in. We are technically 2 away from the ending. We just have to get through Prince Lorian and Lothric, and then we go to the Soul of Cinders. That will end the game for the Soul Level 1 run. We've got a couple optional bosses like Ocerios, Wyvern that I'm looking to beat, and yeah, we could also do potentially Champion Gundyr, give that a shot. Like, this is meant to be more of an introduction to the game. This isn't meant to be like hyper efficient in how we're dealing through the bosses. This is more of like, hey, look, this is kind of fun. If you want to do this, you can do this. But yeah, no, this has been a fun 6 hours. It was great to see everyone who came out. Thanks especially to Beaver Tom. It was great talking to you. And yeah, we will be back next Sunday for sure. I might do a another stream during the week at some point. I'll be sure to post it on my Twitter if so. And yeah, I think that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.